All right, everybody, good evening to you. I'm forecaster Nick Dunn, and I will likely be joined by other members of our Belpark Weather Network team here very shortly. We have two areas of concern right now when it comes to severe thunderstorm warnings, and so we're going to be walking through all that here with you over the next, what will likely be several hours. You are welcome to kind of come and go here through the evening hours tonight, as our team will be providing continuous live coverage of severe weather until the threat has ceased at this point, or until we feel confident that there is no longer a threat to life or property. What we do currently have right now is a severe thunderstorm warning. We're going to start in southeast Ohio and West Virginia, and then we'll bump up to northern Indiana. So we're going to have to bounce back and forth between these two areas because we do have two pretty distinct areas of very strong wind and even the potential for some very large hail. So first off, winds up to 70 miles per hour and the potential for quarter-size hail, and that's going to be for portions of Athens, Meigs, Gallia, and Lawrence counties in southeastern Ohio, along with Hocking County as well, and a severe thunderstorm warning continuing from Mason and Jackson counties in West Virginia here. That's going to go until it's going to go until 9 o'clock here this evening. We are continuing to monitor things very closely here for the next several minutes. Again, this is a line of thunderstorms that has a long-lived history of producing significant wind damage across southwestern Ohio. Nearly 200,000 customers are in the dark here this evening across southwestern Ohio, which is not good. Lots of trees down, lots of power lines down, lots of power poles down, trees on cars, trees blocking roadways, and etc. The strongest winds right now are crossing through Crown City and Leasage, right there crossing the Ohio River. This will head towards Apple Grove and Ashton. Also seeing some stronger winds up here towards Gallipolis Ferry, Arley, and Point Pleasant. This will continue to track towards the southeast. We are seeing a little bit of a sign of hail in Meigs County, just to the north of Pomeroy here along US 33. Also working into southwestern portions of Athens County. Also still seeing some strong wind and some heavy rain, really more than anything probably, across portions of Fairfield and Hocking County. But again, right now, not necessarily severe at this particular point in time. So let's watch that very closely. Now let's bounce up here to the north, where we have a growing line of strong to severe thunderstorms, some of which have tornado warnings on them back around Chicago. And we have our first severe thunderstorm warning of the night for northern Indiana. This is going to be for Elkhart and LaGrange County here until 9 o'clock tonight. Golf ball size hail and winds to 70 miles per hour are likely with this particular thunderstorm as it is moving to the southeast. And you can see this bowing segment that continues with this line of thunderstorms approaching Elkhart and Goshen. This right here, this is a bad sign. This is where we're starting to see those strong winds aloft out of the northwest coming like that to start to bring in some of those powerful winds. We can look at velocity, and we are definitely seeing some signs of stronger winds here across portions of St. Joseph County, Michigan, down into northern Elkhart and northwestern LaGrange County at this point in time, and this will continue to slide off towards the southeast. Also, back to the west, new tornado warnings being issued for cells coming out of Chicago. So we have a long way to go tonight, and again, we're going to be here with you until the very end, until this complex of storms decides to end and move out of the area. So we'll be here with you through it all. Again, I'm forecaster Nick Dunn. You'll likely hear some of meteorologist Joyce coming in here in just a little bit as well, and we will likely hear Owen Fritz at times as well. And this is going to be a really long night for us, and it'll be a long night for you too, obviously kind of bouncing back and forth between these different rounds of storms. Speaking of other rounds of storms, let's jump back to southeast Ohio once again. Again, we have to kind of bounce back and forth to keep everybody up to date. But right now we're watching a line of severe thunderstorms with a long-lived history of wind damage and power outages. I'll check some of those numbers here for you now just so you can kind of have an idea of what has been happening out here tonight. Again, we are approaching 200,000. In fact, now we have exceeded 200,000 customers without power tonight. Pike County, over 50% of the county is without power right now. Also seeing Jackson County at about a third, Ross, Vinton, and Scioto counties at about a third as well. I'll go ahead and pull this up for you full screen so you can see. This is no joke tonight, folks. Okay, this is a really dangerous situation that we've been having to deal with so far. Here's a look at your power outages again, primarily southern Ohio to this point. I'll zoom it in for you just a little bit so you can kind of see who has the greatest outages. This is as of 8:19 p.m. tonight. You can see that the concentrated outages have been across our southern counties to this point. But we will likely see further widespread outages across southeastern Ohio, Washington, Athens, Meigs, Gallia, Lawrence. Could even see some additional outages in Hocking County as that line continues to progress off towards the southeast. And right now that line of storms is crossing past the Ohio River right now and will continue to head into West Virginia. So let's zoom right into it because we do have a corridor of some really strong winds crossing through Crown City. And in fact, if we populate our probe tool here, now this is just exiting the Ohio River out of Lawrence County, but look at some of these wind returns. 80 to 90 miles per hour exiting Lawrence County. Now again, we're looking a little ways up in the atmosphere here, but so that's one concern we're going to have to contend with. But this is a really good low-level scan of the radar. But again, we are looking at still aloft a ways. We're kind of right in the middle, if you will. And this will continue to slide off towards the southeast. So again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning for winds up to 70 miles per hour and quarter-size hail. And this includes portions of Athens, Meigs, Gallia, Lawrence in Ohio, and also portions of Mason and Jackson in West Virginia. The movement on this has been very steady to the east and southeast, continuing to pick up signs of intensity, damaging winds. It's been a while since we've had a report. I'm going to log back into the Weather Service and kind of see if they've had any reports over the last few minutes. Again, we just ended some coverage not too long ago with you, and we plan on continuing live coverage here through the overnight hours as needed with you. So let's take a look and see what the Weather Service is saying right now. But again, this is crossing into West Virginia, so this will soon be out of Ohio. This is just round one, and I will say the instability numbers across West Virginia this evening are approaching that 5,000 threshold. So we may continue to have that concern with that potential of widespread wind damage across the rest of our West Virginia counties here tonight. Here are some reports coming in now. There have been some tree limbs broken and some shingles blown off in Vinton County. MacArthur, there's tree limbs broken and power poles down as well. Lawrence County seeing trees down along 9th Street. Trees down and power is out in Oak Hill in Jackson County. So again, that just further proves that we are continuing to see signs of wind damage across the region. Also getting some delayed reports out of Highland County. Trees are snapped and down on the roadway. Also large limbs down in Ripley County as well. So we still have a lot to monitor here over the next several hours. And in addition to this, we have heavy rain that we have to be concerned about as well through the rest of tonight. Some of these rainfall rates could be 1 to 2 inches per hour. So kind of taking you back into things and zooming you in just a little bit. Again, this line of storms crossing into West Virginia will soon be out of our area, probably about 9:30 to 10 o'clock. The strongest winds right now, far southern Gallia County, east central Lawrence County, could be over 70 miles per hour at times. So we'll continue to monitor those reports coming in. We'll continue to monitor that line of storms as it continues to track to the southeast. Back to the northwest, round two. Let's take you in. Up here we still have severe thunderstorm warning for Elkhart and LaGrange County. Bowing structure still very much evident to the east of South Bend. We may see additional warnings. And again, I expect all of this to continue to merge. And let me put this in motion for you. I know there's some questions about what's going to go on with this. Look at the motion. Right down US 33, moving to the southeast, multiple showers and thunderstorms. As you see, there are tornado warnings in the Chicago metro area, now exiting Chicago, moving into Gary and Valparaiso, Indiana. Obviously, that's outside of our coverage area, but so many of you wanted to know what was going to be happening with round two. This is what it looks like right now. There was an extreme report of some very large hail in Van Buren County, south of I-94, near Kalamazoo, potentially up to tennis ball size hail not too terribly long ago. So that's very concerning, and we'll continue to monitor that very closely as it moves off to the southeast. But right now, crossing the Indiana Toll Road here just to the north of LaGrange, we continue to monitor this thunderstorm with golf ball size hail. It is tagged as tornado possible and damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. That's been a very common number tonight, and I expect that to be a common trend here for the next several hours as we continue to track this line of storms. Again, that's crossing the Indiana Toll Road, coming right into LaGrange. Shipshewana is also in the path. You have Middlebury, Goshen, Wolcottville, the community of Howell. Also some other communities up here. You've got Emma, Woodruff, Meadow Shores Park, and the community of Scott, and also passing through Bristol at this time. Again, likely seeing some very strong winds, potentially up to 70 miles per hour, and of course maybe some hail. The tornado warnings back in northwest Indiana, those are radar indicated rotation signatures. There have been some signs of maybe some stuff on the ground going on, but we've not gotten any confirmations at this particular point in time. So again, round one is exiting. Round two, this, when we talked about Derecho probable earlier, this is the round right here that was going to be of concern for us. And while it appears to maybe be taking its time developing, it is developing, and it is strengthening, and it is continuing moving southeast. As we have moved this into northwestern Ohio, now the bigger concern will be tonight, can we get any chance to destabilize again where storms have already occurred tonight? That's going to be the biggest question, and I think there will be some of those answers hopefully brought into us at the next SPC update, which is in about 20 minutes. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to log back into one of our... See if I can get into this here. I'm having some trouble with one thing here. Give me just 1 second. There we go. Okay. Spotter reports up to dime-size hail so far in Berrien County. Okay, it's back on round 2. Let's get back into southeast Ohio, round 1 again, continuing to move through. And I'm still seeing signs of intense straight-line winds crossing right down US 35 in Mason County. Still seeing some signs of stronger winds, even up into Meigs County, although those returns have weakened a little bit. And right along this leading edge, you may find what appears to be scud or something of that nature. But we're not seeing any immediate signs of tornado development. Again, these little wavy-like patterns in the reflectivity show signs of strength and maintenance and maintaining of this MCS continue to slide south and east. Now there's a new severe thunderstorm warning that this will take us up through about 9:15 tonight. That's going to be for southeastern Mason County, southern Jackson County, and southwestern portions of Roane County. And that goes, again, as we said here, until 9:15 tonight. So we will continue to monitor this storm very closely, but it is beginning to start to exit our region. But we will not be dry for very long. But again, the question is going to be, can we destabilize enough behind this first line? And forecaster Brant Warren just brought up a good point. There's a little bit of light rain kind of occurring behind this initial bow echo, and it'll be a good question. The atmosphere is certainly turned over here across southwestern, even parts of central Ohio, but we do have a good instability gradient still in place, and for this second round of storms to continue to be maintained and move off to the southeast. Again, we are still under a level 4 of 5 risk of severe weather as it stands right now. That may change of the next update as we, again, I think this first round was certainly very intense and very powerful, but the question is, was it too much? We won't know that for just a little while longer yet. However, we will have to monitor for further updates from the Storm Prediction Center and just see what happens. Again, that next update coming in at 9 o'clock. Back up to the north, we were still monitoring a severe thunderstorm warning for the Grange and Elkhart counties in northern Indiana. Continue to see signs of golf ball size hail, winds up to 70 miles per hour, and that warning goes until 9 o'clock. That is moving off to the southeast at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. So if we put a track on that for you, which I can actually do with this, and we'll take it off to the southeast at 45, you are looking at this potentially moving into, let's see if I can get to some of these other towns here, Hicksville in about an hour. This may cross Waterloo in about 35 minutes, coming through LaGrange pretty much right about now. There's several other small communities here, but the total population in the path of just this part of the line right now is about 13,000. It's likely a little bit higher than that, but that was just kind of a general track for you. So again, moving southeast will eventually move into northwestern Ohio here over the next couple of hours. So still a lot to watch there. Let's get you back down to southeast Ohio again and into West Virginia. And again, I'm electing to stay on here because I do expect we are going to see an uptick in warnings and an uptick in intensity and coverage over the next couple of hours. Looking at this line of thunderstorms here, continue to see some signs of strong gusty to near damaging winds crossing through Mason County. You can see that some of these little brighter pockets of green, these could be little downbursts that could be occurring down here into portions of southern Mason County near Leon and Beach Hill, south of Ash. We're still seeing some pockets of 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, so I don't want you to take this storm lightly if you're down here into Mason or Jackson County, but certainly maybe some signs of weakening in a couple spots and still seeing some signs of higher than 70 mile per hour winds just to the west of Charleston and Cabell County. That's just outside of our area, and that'll be traveling along I-64 before moving into downtown Charleston, West Virginia here in just a little bit, just outside of our coverage area at this point in time. Working back to the north, Athens, still seeing some heavy rain. You're still under a severe thunderstorm warning, but certainly not the severity that we are seeing down to the south. This bow echo continues to move to the southeast. We have a severe thunderstorm watch for a lot of West Virginia here tonight through 1 o'clock in the morning, and so we'll see this move through Charleston, then down towards Beckley and Lewisburg, and I expect this to maintain. This has been a very long-lived MCS, and who knows? If we get enough damage reports out of this, this could even be classified as a derecho itself, but we won't know until after the storms have passed. Continue to see several reports coming out of Montgomery and Greene County of some damage. Let's see if I can get you some updated power outage numbers as well. We are now over 210,000 customers in the dark here tonight across the Buckeye State. This is not good news, and it's right now the southern third of the state. This is probably one of the more powerful storms that we have seen cross our region in some time, and this is not good. We have a lot of trees down, a lot of power lines down, trees blocking roadways. It is very hot. It's been a very hot day, a humid day, and I think we're only going to have further problems as we head through the rest of the evening tonight. So real quick, I'm making a quick post here on Ohio News and Weather, then we'll get you right back to some coverage here. But again, we are crossing now over 200,000 customers, and that's just on the Ohio side. Let's check Indiana real quick as well, because obviously they've had some storms today too. Yeah, and there's a couple thousand customers without power in Indiana. So you take the 210 and the 3,000 in Indiana. There's a couple hundred starting to pop up in West Virginia already, but none of those have really been in the affected areas just yet. So that's kind of what we're watching. So we're up over pretty much 210,000 customers in our coverage area at this point are without power here tonight. And obviously that means that folks are going to be uncomfortable sleeping. Going to be hard to get those weather alerts and get that information that people need to know. Give me just a second here. Alright, and we may have a new warning that we definitely need to pass along to, so give me just a second. Alright, let me look at what the latest was there from the National Weather Service. I'll take you back to radar now, which is in motion over southeast Ohio and West Virginia. Okay, that's going to be for that cell still in LaGrange County, causing some problems with the potential of a tornado tag, tornado possible tag, that is. New severe thunderstorm warning now until 9:30 p.m. for Athens, Meigs, Washington, Calhoun, Jackson, Pleasants, Ritchie, Roane, Wirt, and Wood counties until 9:30 tonight. So that's for another 45 minutes. That's going to be for the northern end of this line, and you won't see the polygon pop up here for a few minutes. But let me just see if I can find a way to draw this on the screen for you so you can kind of have an idea where this is going to be. But again, this is until 9:30 now. For portions of southeastern Ohio and West Virginia. So the polygon is going to look a little something like this, and it's a little odd shaped, but that's okay. But again, you're going to kind of see this shaped pretty much like this. So this will be the area that you see that polygon pop up in just a second, and their hazard here is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail, if we're even seeing any hail at this point. In fact, actually, it's actually a nickel-sized hail, so it's going to be 0.88 inches in diameter for some hail, and that goes until 9:30 here this evening. And again, that's me for the area on the blue polygon for now. That'll be replaced by an orange one here in just a moment. Let's get you back to the northwest. They've dropped Elkhart County out of the severe thunderstorm warning. It is just now for LaGrange County. Continue to see that tornado possible tag and damaging winds up to 70 miles an hour, along with that golf ball size hail potential. I will say I'm not seeing the hail threat as much, but if you're in LaGrange and Shipshewana right now, you're likely getting smacked with some very heavy rain and some very strong winds. Go over to velocity. I will say velocity does not look that compelling. For strong winds, it does look a little bit better into St. Joseph County, where there's a severe thunderstorm warning until 9 o'clock as well for that potential, seeing damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Those of you across northwestern Ohio here this evening, again, this is round 2. It is still in its developing phases. Okay, I think it's still strengthening. We have not seen a severe thunderstorm or tornado watch issued yet for the I-75 corridor from Findlay to Toledo. That could change in a little bit. We could actually see a whole new watch altogether issued for parts of central Indiana and into northern and central Ohio, even into western Ohio as well, here in just the next little while. There's your new polygon. As I said, that's kind of where it would look like. That includes Marietta, Parkersburg, Belpre, Little Hocking, down to Spencer, Elizabeth, Ripley, even into Waverly, St. Mary's, and Newport. Also in the path of this one, you're also looking at Coolville, Ravenswood, Independence, down through Reedy and Palestine as well. And if I had to pick out a couple of things just of interest, a little bit of a miniature backward C shape there. Let's go to velocity. Yeah, not really translating well on velocity, but there could be some strong winds there. And there could be a few pockets of hail. And it's not going to be large hail, but there's some here near Ravenswood potentially, and just to the east of Point Pleasant. Likely going to be some returns of hail. But again, I think by the time we get to 10 or 10:30, this line of storms should be out of our coverage area here in southeastern Ohio. and then our attention will turn right back up to northwestern Ohio for the rest of the night tonight. Central Ohio, I would tell you, if you've been outside, there's still some pretty tall clouds, and I've even seen some Mattis clouds tonight, showing some of the signs of the instability still available in the atmosphere, so we'll continue to watch that. Back to the northwest, still a tornado warning up here for Gary and Valparaiso, and that storm just looks mean. That just looks really mean as it's coming onshore off of Lake Michigan. And again, we do expect this to continue to evolve. You kind of see right now there are two lines. There's one here, and these storms are all connected, and there's another one right here. These storms are all connected. Two separate areas, and I do expect that we will see these two kind of come together here over the next hour or so. It may not even take that long, depending on the available instability and things of the atmosphere. Looking at some more of your comments, Meigs County, no power. I'm not surprised by that. The potential for who's going to get hit across Ohio, I think really the northern two-thirds of the state are at risk tonight for the best chance of seeing round 2 move through. I'll put the radar back into motion for you so you can see round 2 continuing to move to the southeast, and that's going to be a trend kind of coming right down that US 33 corridor is probably going to be about the track that it takes. And again, the next Storm Prediction Center outlook comes out in about 20 to 30 minutes from now, and that's kind of what we're watching. Timing on this. I know there have been a lot of questions about timing. I have not had the time to make that timing graphic that I promised, but over the next hour, if we kind of look at it, right, so there's where 9 o'clock is going to be. I'll see if I can get this to right on here. So you got 9 o'clock here. You're probably looking another hour or so. Toledo, maybe 10 o'clock for you. And then, potentially another hour or so later, you're looking at coming into Van Wert. Okay, and then towards 12 o'clock. And I'm only going to take it out through midnight right now, but by midnight, this could easily be down here into portions of the northern Miami Valley, through Lima as well, based on the current trajectory of things. And again, I know there's already some negativity in the chat. I'm not too worried about it. I'll track this here to the southeast at 55, and I'll kind of this may give you a little bit better of a timing for you. So Bell Fountain, 90 minutes is what this says if it continues to move at 55, but I think it's going to move a little bit slower than that. If I move it a little bit slower, I'm sure we'll get a little bit of a different timing on that. Let me read the warning here real quick. Okay, now it has slowed way down, 40 miles an hour. That's a little better. So if we take that southeast at 40, you're looking at Paulding in about an hour, Delphos in about an hour and a half. You're looking at Lima in about 2 hours, so not far off from what I was just drawing there. You're looking at Wapakoneta in about 90 minutes. I'm sorry, 2 hours and 10 minutes. Excuse me, sorry, I was doing my math wrong there. Then you're looking at Russell's Point in about 150 minutes. So you're getting closer to that 3-hour territory at that point. But that's based at 40 miles an hour. If it changes speed, that's going to change your time a little bit as we continue to move forward. Lots and lots of questions. I'm really trying to answer as much as I can. Right now, it's just me. I know we do have some other members of our team in the background, but we'll be getting some more of them on here in just a little bit. Let's look at some of the latest stuff coming in now from the National Weather Service. Again, further delayed reports warn in Hamilton County. Trees are down. River Creek overflowing in St. Joseph County with some basement and crop flooding. That's not good there into southwestern Michigan. Looking at some other questions and comments here real quick. Also looking at some weather reports. Again, right now we're just kind of doing just a generalized coverage. I think once we start to get a couple hours from now, we'll be really honed in and focused in on a couple of spots. I really do believe we are going to see a pretty long night tonight across the region, and I'm anxiously awaiting that new Storm Prediction Center outlook, which should be pretty telling of what we could see through the rest of tonight. Meigs County is at about 10% now without power. Gallia is at about 15%. Jackson County, as we said, about a third of the county. Pike County, about 50% of the county, and that's not good with that being in a rural area. Again, we had concerns for a tornado there a little bit earlier. We did have a tornado warning in Pike County. Okay. Weather Service in Detroit also now beginning to monitor that line of storms approaching the Detroit and Toledo area. They could issue some warnings on that here in the near future. Let's put the radar back into motion here across southeastern Ohio. I mean, you can clearly see this backwards C shape. And that really good risk of damage. And then now we're even starting to see this expand even further south. And obviously this is now going out of our coverage area. But you continue to see this MCS is very well maintained. It's got good structure to it. It's got a lot of wind energy with this as well. And that's another concern that we have with this over the next hour or two as it moves out of southeastern Ohio, damaging wind. We may get several power outages and trees down, and then we have a secondary line that comes through later tonight into the wee hours of tomorrow morning. And obviously, again, there are questions about how the atmosphere will be maintained tonight. We can look at some of those parameters and things in just a little bit. By the way, that first severe thunderstorm watch that was in effect for central and southwest Ohio and southeast Indiana totally expired at this point. No longer in effect, so that's some good news there. In terms of our two watches, by the way, the watch here for southeast Ohio and West Virginia goes until 1 a.m. The watch for northern Indiana and northwest Ohio goes until midnight tonight. We should see a new warning shortly, and I think that may have just been it. Yes, a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, quarter-sized hail, winds to 60 miles per hour for Steuben County in Indiana. So we'll see that now approaching the northwestern Ohio border. And again, this storm has a history of large hail. That I will tell you. And there's also a look here of some really strong-looking winds here across portions of, let's see, Berry County, St. Joseph, Branch County in southwestern Michigan. I know my first tier of Michigan counties pretty well. Southwestern Branch County there, south of Bronson. That will cross into Steuben County. And again, this storm, just the overall look of it, it does have some rotation with it. Your inflow notch would be right here, just to the northwest of Jamestown, Indiana, and Steuben County. And your precipitation's wrapping around like that. And there's a lot of precipitation. This is what we would call a high precipitation storm. Likely seeing rainfall rates of 2 inches an hour plus in some of these locations here across portions of Sturgis and moving into LaGrange. And if you live in northeast Indiana and you're watching us, let us know what you are seeing out there this evening. There's that special weather statement now for portions of southeastern Michigan. And again, now that's going to approach Toledo. And again, it's been dry in Toledo today. No real thunderstorm activity to contend with. And we could see the atmosphere handle this line of storms approaching out of Michigan pretty well. I think we may see this maintained pretty well. See if there's any additional updates yet from the Storm Prediction Center. There are not. Again, obviously the main concern is still going to be those damaging winds. And again, now earlier today, on the 4 o'clock update, the Storm Prediction Center used the word Derecho, so that's why we've been echoing some of that same language, just to kind of let you know what they are saying and kind of what we are seeing as well. Report out of Cabell County of some, okay, that's outside of our area, but down here into West Virginia, we're seeing some reports of flooding, and that's not surprising. These storms are dropping a tremendous amount of rain in a very short amount of time. Very strong winds just passing through Coolville in southeastern Athens County. That's not surprising. Seeing some reports there from some folks in chat about that. Zach, who is in Wood County, Ohio, is now telling me that he can see lightning from these storms looking off to the northwest. He's already seen 2 lightning bolts, so that's pretty impressive to see lightning from that far away. If you live in northwest Ohio and you look off to the north, you're likely going to be able to see a lot of lightning. Those storms have plenty of energy to work with here this evening. Getting back here to southeastern Ohio here for just a few minutes, we continue to see signs of a bowing structure, and perhaps in a weaker state than it has been. But there's your bowing structure, and now I do see maybe just a little bit of a sign. I think it's like, this is tough, but there could be an inflow notch right here into portions of Mason County, south of Ripley on I-77. That may develop into something. We'll watch that over the next several scans. There's also a little bit of hail crossing I-77 potentially near Independence, just to the south of Ravenswood. Take you back to velocity here, and again, the velocity is not translating well, but I would guarantee we're still seeing some strong winds near and south of US 50 here this evening. That's again about to cross I-77, so Belpark, Little Hocking, and Parkersburg likely going to see that very soon. New severe thunderstorm warning from Michigan. That's not surprising. There's your new severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, we also have another severe thunderstorm warning for St. Joseph and Elkhart County for a newly developing storm kind of coming out of Berrien and Cass County. There's your polygon for Steuben County. So now we have 4 counties in Indiana under severe thunderstorm warnings. We still have 2, and that's going to be, I don't know my counties up there. That's going to be for Lake and Porter County. There's Lake and Porter County, still a tornado warning here. The tornado threat is non-zero tonight, but I think we are going to start to transition to a damaging wind risk with this relatively quickly here tonight. I do think that will be kind of the overall trend. And I apologize if you hear my cat in the background. He's wanting to kind of give his 2 cents on tonight's weather, as I'm sure most of your pets are, as well as some of them, sometimes, as we all know, can sometimes give a pretty good indication that something is on the horizon. Belpark, wind is picking up, I believe it. In fact, I'll check our weather station in Belpark and see what the winds are showing down there. So let me check and see what we're showing down there. Yeah, we're starting to see some winds pick up. Our Belpark station, not so much, but there's certainly some other spots. I am seeing some of those higher winds moving through. Again, some of these rainfall rates are just really impressive, over an inch an hour in some cases, and that's obviously going to cause some ponding of water and etc. We've got now a flash flood warning for Cabell County. Yeah, there's just been a ton of rain moving through that region there, just outside of our coverage area. I'm going to turn the watches off just for right now, so bear with me for a moment. All right, keep things a little bit cleaner, a little bit easier to kind of read. So one other thing that I'm starting to notice, and we went through this earlier, is this Boeing structure appears to be potentially outrunning itself just a little bit. We continue to see a good push of cool air aloft coming in from the backside. However, this happened earlier, and then we saw a re-strengthening phase where this Boeing structure kind of re-strengthened again right over portions of Jackson, Vinton, Meigs, Lawrence, and Gallia counties. And now that has continued to move into West Virginia, and we are starting to see some signs that maybe this is going to weaken just a little bit. The strongest part of this is now outside of our coverage area. There's actually 2 areas that are strongest, but one of those most consistent ones is now approaching the Charleston Weather Forecast Office, and there's also now still some small hail potentially still sitting on I-77 here near Dependence, south of Cuba, approaching Garfield, and over here towards Reedy in the next few minutes. Let's go back to velocity. And again, you see, velocity is not translating this very well. And again, there we mentioned a little bit of an inflow notch earlier. That would have been right in here. Maybe still something there, but it's very broad and disorganized if it is. That's going to be south of Ripley there on I-77 at this time. Let's go back to the northwest real quick. Severe thunderstorm warning for LaGrange County has been allowed to expire. And I'll tell you, folks, this storm here means business. If you live in Williams County, I would not be surprised to see a warning issued for you here before too much longer. I mean, that just looks impressive. Line of storms coming in now out of southeastern Michigan, coming through Hillsdale, approaching Adrian, and also will be approaching Monroe, Michigan as well. This does not show signs of bowing out just yet, but that may change over the next several minutes. We are starting to see signs of potentially, let me turn off that tornado watch. Forgot we had one up there. We're also starting to see some signs of maybe a little bit of a bowing segment taking place here in northeastern St. Joseph County, Indiana. Let's go over to velocity and take a look at that. Yeah, very well indicated right here. Starting to see just a little bit stronger winds coming on the backside there and there. Okay, that's for none of our counties, that new alert there. So we're continuing to watch that again. Maybe some stronger winds are approaching severe criteria, but obviously we're watching that, and that's for winds up to 60 miles per hour there. And that'll come right through Elkhart and Goshen. And we're still monitoring a tornado warning back in northwest Indiana. That's coming right into Valparaiso, exiting the Gary area right there near US 30. Very populated area there. So hopefully those folks are all indoors. That's outside of our respective coverage areas at this time. But we will have to monitor for the potential of maybe seeing additional tornado warnings a little bit later on this evening. Let's see. With it becoming nighttime, are the risks still as high as they were at? And again, and that's a great question, Cody, because I think this round, now that I've gotten a chance to analyze it again, is it's still ongoing and producing significant wind damage across southeast Ohio now and into West Virginia. I don't know, honestly. I think we're back to a lower confidence situation once again, where these showers, now again, this light rain that's on the backside, this is moving through fairly quickly, but it's now 9 o'clock. Let me see if I can pull up some instability parameters for you real quick, and just kind of see if I can pull up any updates on that. I mean, kind of look at some things. 213 people now in Ohio without power. Let's pull up the mesoanalysis from the Storm Prediction Center, because this is a great question. Do we have the energy for the rest of the night tonight? Let's go ahead and flip that over here for you. So this is a look at, and I know this looks really messy, okay? Wow, it actually looks really, really messy. I don't even know if you're going to be able to, yeah, you're not going to be able to read much of that. Let me try, see if I can find another source. There's your power outage update, by the way. 213,000 people right now across Ohio are without power. Go back to radar. Yeah, that was a lot messier than I expected it to. Let me see. I don't know if this software has the capability. Probably going to have to open up our other software. So bear with me for just a second. I won't keep it open for long, because it does eat up a lot of resources. So let's turn that off and turn that off. Let me flip it over here for you for just a second, and we'll look at some of the mesoanalysis features that we have available to us. Surface instability is obviously going to be that first one that everybody wants to see, and I'm not sure how old this data is, but we are certainly still looking at some surface instability still available. Yeah, this is probably a good hour old or so, but some of those numbers into West Virginia are still well over 5,000, so I expect that MCS to be maintained as it heads southeast through Charleston into Beckley. To the northwest, still pretty good really high instability numbers. But again, this data is just a little old, so those of us across Indiana, the instability values are low, and I guarantee some of these numbers across Ohio are also lower. Let's look at storm relative helicity. We have plenty of helicity to work with tonight across northwest Ohio, northeast Indiana. This means there's still at least a lower end tornado threat with us that will carry through, so we'll have to watch that. I just heard our magic alarm that we need to look and see what they're doing. Okay, enhanced. Okay, so moderate risk has been maintained by the Storm Prediction Center. Okay, severe thunderstorm warning tag tornado possible continues for Steuben County, and now another new severe thunderstorm warning for LaPorte, Stark, Marshall, and St. Joseph counties in northern Indiana. This is going to be for winds up to 60 miles per hour. Let me see if I can get that updated SPC outlook here pulled up. Okay, yeah, there's really not much change, guys. They've maintained that moderate risk of severe weather for tonight, that significant risk. We do expect that to continue, and also there's still an enhanced risk across most of the rest of the area. So we continue to monitor this line of storms. It remains very well intact. New mesoscale discussion has now been issued as well. And that is going to be northern Indiana, southern lower Michigan, northwest Ohio. Okay. Let's see, kind of looking at some different things here. Okay, so we may see an extension of the existing severe thunderstorm watch until midnight tonight across north central Indiana, northwestern Ohio. But I would think a new watch will eventually have to be issued at some point here tonight across northwest Ohio and northeast Indiana. So now you're starting to see multiple warnings are popping up here across the Indiana-Michigan border, now approaching northwest Ohio as well. And again, folks, I'm telling you, this storm here near Angola and Jamestown, there's still some rotation here, and this is why it's tagged tornado possible. Wow, look at this. Very strong winds now, over 70 miles per hour potentially coming through Panama in northwestern Steuben County. And yeah, that looks very dangerous. So that's not something I would want to mess around with. If you live in Angola, hopefully you are indoors and seeking shelter. Again, yeah, so the SPC updates, again, they maintain a moderate to significant risk on our end, but a moderate risk of severe weather. Term Derecho is still in play. I've not read the full discussion, but as soon as I get to read some things, I'll get a chance to share that with you. And I'll even show you the text. I know some of you don't believe us about what may happen for tonight, and etc. And I understand it. I really do. And I'm not trying to cause panic or not trying to induce panic, but just trying to keep everybody prepared for what may be coming here this evening. New severe thunderstorm warning until 9:45 for Doddridge, Washington, Calhoun, Gilmer, Jackson, Pleasants, Ritchie, Roane, Tyler, Wirt, and Wood counties. Let's go down to the southeast and take a look and see what they are drawing up now. That's going to be because this Boeing segment is quickly moving through and moving off to the east. They've now lowered the hail threat to nickel size down to the south here, and I'm really starting to see this weekend as it's approaching Charleston. Some of this outflow wind may have just gone just a little too far in advance, and this would be likely, we're getting kind of closer to the end of round one here down in southeast Ohio, very far southeast Ohio, I may add, and into West Virginia. Now this new polygon that has been issued could be our last one for round one, and let me see if I can get an updated look at what that looks like, and I'll draw that on the screen for you, unless it pops up before I can draw it. See what I can do for you. Well, it looks like it's not going to populate for me, so let me try another source. There we go. So this is pretty much an extension of the current warning, and it's going to look something like this. You're going to have your back edge here, and it will kind of extend out to here, and kind of extend down here to Gilmer County, and then kind of like that. So that's kind of the way the new polygon will look. Honestly, I'm a little shocked that they're continuing this. I really don't know that we'll see another one past that. We're just seeing a lot of outflow really being pushed way on advance. There's that new warning for you. And again, winds up to 60 miles per hour, potentially Marietta and points south towards Spencer, Glenville, Elizabeth. I'm also moving in here towards Harrisville, down to Grantsville. Could be seeing some strong to damaging winds there. Let's go back to the northwest for a second. As soon as that SPC outlook is populated on my end, I will, as soon as I can pull it up on a different source for you, I will show you what we are seeing here for the rest of the night tonight. Understand, folks, that we cover all of Ohio, parts of West Virginia, and parts of Indiana as part of our Belpark Weather Network. So I see some comments, stay focused on Ohio. I'm just going to kind of ignore that at this point because we cover a very large area at this point in time. And honestly, some of you that have been here for a while would have really appreciate some of you to kind of explain some different things, because obviously I know that I don't have a chance to look at all the comments, but I am kind of filtering through some of them. So let's see if I get the latest Storm Prediction Center outlook up for you, and we'll take a look at that. That is not the latest one, so as soon as the newest one is able to be populated, I will show you. If I have to open up our other radar source, I will. Couple different things of observations I'm noticing. Number one, the cell near South Bend is strengthening rapidly right now. Also the cell here in Angola, again, this one is spinning like a top at times. Would not be surprised to see an additional warning for Williams County here very soon, because that is moving off to the southeast. So be prepared in Bryan, and over here into Wassee, that's into Fulton County. I am now seeing a little bit of a Boeing structure here across portions of Hillsdale County. I think that's Lenawee County, if I'm not mistaken, there near Adrian. Like I said, I think I know my Michigan counties fairly well. That is moving off to the southeast towards Toledo. We may see a new warning potentially the next few minutes here if we can continue to see the strong push of wind that I'm noticing on the back side. And that's starting to produce a little bit of a bow here. So again, multiple things we're watching. We still have a tornado warning way on the back side here across northwest Indiana. This line here is starting to show some signs of bowing out just a little bit as well, although on a much smaller scale. So we'll watch this over the next several minutes as well. Let me look at some of the latest from the National Weather Service outlets just to see if we're missing any reports. Again, that moderate risk continues. Severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Athens and Meigs has been allowed to expire. New severe thunderstorm warning now for Hillsdale and Williams County, still tagged tornado possible. So just as I was mentioning, we're going to see a new warning here very soon, and that's going to go until 10 o'clock tonight, and also for the potential of seeing some half-dollar size hail. Let's see if I can get that polygon pulled up for you, and I'll draw it on the screen before it populates. Again, that's going to be including Williams County till 10 o'clock, and it's going to look a little something like this. It covers portions of Hillsdale County and kind of covers the northern part of Williams County, looking like that. It does not go into Fulton County. I know I drew it bad, but that's the new polygon. Again, if I put this into motion for you, this storm is really, it's just kind of spinning. You can just see the whole thing on radar just spinning. And we go back over to the velocity product. Okay, let's stop on this one for just a second. Couple things. There is a large surge, a very strong wind associated here near Fremont down to Angola, passing through Ellis. That spot right there concerns me. That's on the Indiana Toll Road heading towards the Ohio Turnpike. That's a heavy truck traffic area right there. You've also got the shops at Fremont. You've got US 20, which sits right here, and that's going to be especially now north of US 20. This area of wind is showing some signs over 70 miles per hour, but that is a very strong surge of wind there in Fremont. I really would not be surprised if we were seeing widespread wind damage right now in that area. Also, a new severe thunderstorm warning for Calhoun, Jackson, and Roane counties in West Virginia. There's your new polygon for Williams and Hillsdale County. Put that in a second. So we're watching that as well. Also seeing some signs of supercell type activity here into Elkhart County. Not seen on velocity yet, but we're starting to see just this overall interesting little tail here on the southeastern flank of the storm. Just because it's a supercell does not necessarily mean that it's rotating. There's also some signs of hail, but yeah, that cell, again, as I said, is increasing rapidly in terms of strength and intensity. Well, strength and coverage, excuse me. Back down into West Virginia real quick. Okay, I'm a little confused where let me look at that polygon again. So again, so portions of Calhoun, Jackson, and Roane County. Okay, so they're kind of replacing. This is getting a little messy down here. Okay, there it is. It's on the screen now. It's this one right here, if you will. And that's going to be for winds up to 70 miles per hour, and that will go until 10 o'clock. And again, this Boeing structure has been very long-lived. And again, the question remains if we can get enough instability behind this line for the second line to be maintained through the overnight. And based on what I'm seeing right now, I think that answer is a definite yes. Also of note, a strong thunderstorm, not severe, but a strong storm coming through Portsmouth that will be moving into Ironton here shortly. Again, no warnings on it, but just again continued heavy rain, so that's going to pose a problem. Let me see if I get that SPC outlook pulled up now. It should be. There we go. All right, so this is the latest Storm Prediction Center outlook for the rest of the night tonight. Let me see if I can get radar turned off for you as well. All right, and I'll even turn the lightning off for just a second, just so we can kind of see how things are looking. I'll leave the warnings on for now. So that level 4 risk of severe weather is maintained for tonight across northwest Ohio, down into the Miami Valley. This is no change from the 4 o'clock update. I see no changes whatsoever. Moderate risk continues, and again, let me read the discussion here. But my guess is that we likely still have the term derecho likely still being used. Is my guess. Looking at a different thing here. They appear to have taken the word derecho out, potentially. And I think that's only because the fact that some of these cells are remaining a little bit more discrete than the models had potentially indicated, which that causes concern for me for a little bit potential for some hail. Take a look at something else here in just a second. What else do we have just to issue here? A severe thunderstorm warning tag, tornado possible for Branch County, Michigan. Alright, so from the Storm Prediction Center, they are pretty much saying that supercell thunderstorms within northeast Illinois, northwest Indiana, and far southern Michigan continue to track southeast. They're moving into an air mass that was impacted by earlier cluster of storms in central Indiana and into southwestern and south central Ohio. The air mass within northern Indiana into northwest Ohio has maintained upper 80s. This area will likely support the greatest potential for widespread damaging winds, some over hurricane force, should the semi-discrete cells congeal this evening. Farther south, modest air mass recovery has occurred into central Indiana, and some wind threat would exist if storms move farther south than currently anticipated. Another cluster of storms in West Virginia, this well-developed MCS will continue to encounter weaker upper-level flow and modestly decreasing buoyancy, but the threat for damaging winds is still with us. So, in a nutshell, what I'm taking from this is round 1 certainly has eaten away at some of the instability, but there is enough. There's enough instability combined with what we still have in place, very warm temperatures and etc., that we still run the risk of severe weather continuing through the entire overnight hours tonight. But what the SPC is really, I think, a little more concerned with, and the fact that we're not seeing these storms congeal into a bowing structure yet, and that concerns me too, because if we don't see this congeal into a bowing structure like we were expecting, then we may not quite get anything as significant. Now, that would be a great thing. I know we're probably about to hear a lot of comments in the comment section. Oh, you guys said this and now it's not going to happen. Guys, this is still just now starting. Okay? So I'll just leave it at that for right now. But we have a couple of discrete cells that have not congealed yet, and I'm circling them right now. These cells, we would like to see this congeal. Number one, that would lower the tornado risk, and I think it's already lowering anyway, but that would also lower the hail risk over time. So, again, that question remains, what exactly is going to happen here? There's still some questions here, and this is why we have said from the get-go, it's been a low confidence forecast. We mentioned that a derecho was probable, not likely, probable. And I understand that you can kind of interpret those however you may want to, but understand that was the terminology used by the Storm Prediction Center a little earlier today. Whether or not that actually comes to fruition, I mean, do we really want a derecho? Do you guys really want one? I don't. We don't need to see the widespread outages that we had and that we have right now in southern Ohio, elsewhere tonight, really across the area. And I'm afraid we're going to, but we don't need to see a repeat of 2012 where we were without power for weeks. We don't need to see that. That is the last thing we want to see. We can only hope that we get through tonight's severe weather with very little additional issues. Report out of Steuben County, county-wide power outages. The communications center is running on generator backup at this time. Also, looking at some other reports out of Steuben County, an unconfirmed report of a tornado in the area of Lake Gage Drive. Not sure exactly where that is, but again, we mentioned that tornado tag being possible. That tornado tag is still there, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. New severe thunderstorm warning for Pulaski and Stark County. That's going to be south of LaPorte. Looking at some comments here. Again, guys, I see a lot of questions. What about my town? Guys, everybody is still in the risk tonight. I don't know how else to answer that right now. Everybody's still in the risk. As I said, things evolve. Things take time. This is not one of those things where, storm just rushes through in an hour and we're done. These things take time, and so we're still going to have to monitor this for the next little bit. Moving back into West Virginia here just briefly because we still have ongoing severe thunderstorm warnings. So let me turn off the SPC outlook here real quick. For just 1 second. There we go. All right, we're still seeing, again, and as the Storm Prediction Center said, this is going to encounter some weaker flow. So we expect this to continue to weaken, but we still have severe thunderstorm warnings for the next 25 to 30 minutes, really, for winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour. The greatest wind potential is going to be south of US 50 and really across parts of Spencer and points south, down here towards I-79 in West Virginia. So for the most part, the worst of this is out of our area, but we still have the potential here for some strong to damaging winds to the east here of I-77. I think strong is probably the better word there, and not so much on the severe side. New severe thunderstorm warning now for Athens, Morgan, and Perry County. So this is now for the northern end of this line. Okay, I see that. It's going to be for this cell here, south of New Lexington, capable of producing large hail and damaging wind gusts at this time. So you should see a new polygon pop up in just a minute. Let's go back to the northwest again. Still got multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. And again, I'm still watching Toledo. They've not issued a warning yet, but that could be coming soon. Could be coming very soon, in fact. Looking at some further reports here, Mason County, multiple trees down in Mason County, West Virginia. Trees uprooted and snapped near Wilkesville. Again, you guys just got hit yesterday. That's back into southeast Ohio here. You guys just got hit yesterday with some really intense thunderstorms and large hail, and you got hit again today. And that's unfortunate. We don't like seeing the same places getting hit. We don't like really seeing anybody get hit. One report of a small tree down in Athens County near Nelsonville. Wait just a second here. Just heard that noise there. Reports of tree limbs down across Steuben County, multiple tree limbs. Still unable to confirm the report of a tornado at this time. Okay, Lake Gage Drive. Okay, still looking at that. Partial roof collapse. Sorry, roof collapse and partial roof removal across Steuben County. So that's not good. There's your new severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Perry County, southwestern Morgan County, northeastern Athens County. Penny-sized hail, winds to 60 miles per hour, and that's going to go through 9:45. So it'll last for just a little bit longer. Back up here in the north central Indiana, again, there are still, there's really 4 cells that are quite robust and intense right now. One of those, South Bend and Elkhart. Second one back here to Valparaiso. Okay. And then another one here into Angola. Those are actually, I guess we'll call it the 3 cells. And of course now it moves as I'm drawing it. But we could see additional warnings issued shortly for portions of DeKalb County. Let's go back to velocity on all of these up here across northern Indiana right now. Okay, first off, still seeing signs of strong to damaging winds coming through Ellis, York, Northwest, coming here towards also Eden and Edgerton, not too far from you, Montpelier, right along the Ohio Turnpike. If you are in Williams County, let us know what you're seeing. That cell is still tagged as 20 to possible with winds up to 70 miles per hour. That is moving again right along the Ohio Turnpike, back into Elkhart County. Still seeing some signs of strong damaging winds here as well. Goshen and Elkhart. Still even seeing some signs of rotation on this very back cell coming through Couts, heading towards North Judson and Knox. Still some rotation there on that, and still seeing some strong gusty winds there in LaPorte over to South Bend at this time. Put the radar back into motion here for you for just a minute. All right, let me take a look at a couple other things here just real quick. I still got Owen Fritz and Mike Joyce as well on standby. So we will get them in here as needed. And again, we're staying live here with you tonight for a couple things. Number one, we have, I don't know how close it is to 250,000 customers in our coverage area, but we are certainly at about 225,000 customers at a minimum without power here this evening, which is not good. That includes some of us across Indiana. Yeah, I mean, we are approaching 250,000 people in our coverage area without power. Here's a quick look at the Ohio map for you, which has been updated as of 9:08. Several locations right now. Okay, LaGrange and Noble County, severe thunderstorm warning for you till 10 o'clock. We'll look at that one. That should pop up on the screen. That's going to be for that cell coming out of South Bend, and that one is tagged 20 to possible, it would appear. Several counties tonight across southern Ohio, between 10 and 50% of the county is without power. That is very dangerous and life-threatening. Obviously, it's getting dark, so if you happen to be out tonight, I know we may have to get some ice, some water, and etc. You need to just be cautious driving. If you come across downed wires, just turn around and avoid them. Okay. Real quick, I do want to go back to radar, seeing a couple of very concerning trends across Williams County. But first, I want to check the National Weather Service office. Okay. A couple things. Number one, this cell coming out of Steuben County is showing some signs of continued rotation. right there. Okay, right in the northeastern corner of Steuben County, and that is moving to the southeast. If you live in Williams County right now, there is a very dangerous line of thunderstorms with winds pushing 80 miles per hour on radar moving through, and there is now a Boeing Echo moving through the region at this point in time. Let's see, I think Mike is back with us now, or at least he should be. Hey, Mike. Yeah, there you are. Welcome back. Absolutely.
An eye on things, looking pretty intense up to our northwest.
Yeah, I was just pointing out, Mike, that cell coming into Williams County right there in northeast Indiana, northwest Ohio, that has got a wicked Boeing structure to it, and there's rotation on the backside. That is a very nasty storm, and we feared that this might start to develop this evening. It's just taking some time to do so, but that storm looks violent. Going over to velocity, I'm seeing velocity upwards of 80 miles per hour right on the Ohio Turnpike. That is not good. That's a very heavily traveled area for truckers, and also there's some rotation there to the north and east of Angola. So if you loop the radar, this storm has continued to spin like a top for some time.
Yeah, for sure. And, we're starting to see, well, not starting, it's been ongoing for a while, but this is turning into what we've called all evening the MCS, or a large convective system of thunderstorms that have been producing widespread damaging wind. And that's starting to happen. I would not be surprised if some of these gaps between maybe South Bend and into far northeastern Indiana start to close up with some of these storms, and then head to the southeast, because we can take a look at that warm front that we've been eyeing all day. It's moving well north. I mean, it's north of Route 30 now. So once these storms pass south of that, I would not be at all surprised if we saw this congeal into a solid line of more widespread damaging winds. So it appears that the central portion, the I-71 corridor of Ohio, not in a severe thunderstorm watch right now, but we'll see how the Weather Service reacts to this, as there's still quite a bit of nighttime instability, especially along the Route 30 corridor. So this could be certainly a very dangerous situation still. Taking a look at rotation potential, yeah, there's a lot of rotation potential in central Indiana. I don't know if all that potential gets realized, but we also have a lot of mid-level rotation in northwest Ohio. So this is going to be a very, very interesting situation. And it looks like dew points, looks like Findlay's almost to 70. It looks like we're at 68 in Findlay. Mansfield's at 71. So there it is. The warm front is now north. Yep. And we will really have to see what happens to this line as it dips south into the robust moisture and energy that we've been just dealing with all day since our update 12 hours ago at 9 a.m.
Yeah, and this has been something we've been talking about all day. And Mike, I'm actually becoming very concerned for Williams County, and then also points to the south. We've also got a new warning there coming right towards the National Weather Service in northern Indiana for Kosciuszko, Elkhart, LaGrange, and Noble County. Some further warnings back to the west. We had tornado warnings for Chicago earlier. My thought is that I think the tornado potential is quite low tonight, but since these storms have not congealed into a Boeing structure yet, I'm still concerned that there is at least a low-end tornado risk, and the SPC has maintained a 5% tornado risk tonight for western Ohio into northern Indiana. And again, my thoughts are I still think we have it's a non-zero tornado risk when we have cells like what we're seeing in Williams County. Obviously, that's a really concerning. That's probably the best chance of seeing where we could see a tornado right now, but obviously it's getting nighttime now, so any kind of tornado risk is quite dangerous at night.
Right, exactly. And yeah, we've had our fair share of nighttime severe weather here in the lower Great Lakes and in Ohio Valley, as what is ongoing now down in West Virginia. That same line has been ongoing and producing damage as it's still tapping into some extremely unstable air on the west side of the Appalachians, which is really, it's not unheard of, but it's rare to get this much instability, especially at this time of night, early evening. But yeah, and then we go back to Williams County here, so we're kind of switching about 250 miles back north again. Wow, that is just a nasty burst of wind coming out of right along the turnpike too, and Route 20, which is not good.
No.
Yeah, especially for those high-profile vehicles trying to run east-west right into it. I am.
Yeah, here's
that.
some quick reports from the emergency manager Randy Brown in Steuben County. They have had a plethora of damage. They have multiple calls of trees and power lines down throughout the entire county. All low-lying roadways have flash flooding occurring, and there's even one structure fire. Not sure what caused that. There also was a report here of tree limbs down across multiple areas, multiple other parts of Steuben County, and there was an unconfirmed report of a tornado on Lake Gage Drive in Steuben County. I'm not sure the exact location, but real quick, back to Southeast Ohio. We have a rogue cell on the northwestern corner of this MCS in Perry, Morgan, and Athens County. Maybe some hail. I'm not too worried about that one. Maybe some strong winds there too. And then a weakening portion of that MCS from Parkersburg over to Harrisville. New severe thunderstorm warning, tag tornado possible now, and even tag considerable for DeKalb, Defiance, and Williams until 10:15. We'll get to that one in just a second. But a weakening blowing structure moving through there as well. And it looks like we've also just had, okay, I just heard that sounding, and so I'm just making sure that there wasn't something I missed, and there's not. The worst of that MCS is now out of our coverage area in West Virginia, down towards Charleston here at this point in time. Looking at our chat room here as well. Yeah, and John Tinney just sharing that, and Mike, this is not something we see very common. Two MCSs forming pretty much right behind each other. The infrared satellite is just off the charts here.
Absolutely, and yeah, you need an off-the-charts type of instability situation for this really to happen, and that's what we have. And it's not really, oftentimes we get storms, cold front comes through, the next few days are usually nice and comfortable. Unfortunately for this time, that's not going to happen. We are going to be looking at some much hotter weather for tomorrow, which is very unfortunate for those who may lose power. A lot of models are suggesting that tomorrow most of the state or most of our coverage area will have highs in the upper 90s, heat indices in the upper low one. So what I mean by that is like 108 to 110, that sort of thing. Or I should say that for Tuesday, for Wednesday in particular as well, with lows in the mid to upper 70s. And, that's something you'd see in Florida, not here in the Midwest. So it's going to be an interesting week, especially with a cold front finally taking it away from us Thursday to Friday. But that will also bring us another chance for severe weather. So a very active week ahead for weather in general. But for now, yeah, we're really focusing on this second line as the first one starts to really move into the higher elevations of West Virginia. But we still do have a couple warnings on that for Belpark down in Washington County, Marietta, and then another one in northern Athens, and looks like southern Perry and Morgan County as well, I believe. Yes. So, and that one expires in 10 minutes. Hopefully it will be allowed to expire, but we'll have to check on that one. But then all of our attention is really going to turn to this, which is, I think, going to get stronger as the night goes on. Wow, it's really interesting looking at the satellite view for it, too.
Yeah, and real quick, back here into Williams County, Montpelier is probably just getting hit very hard right now. Winds over 70 miles per hour. There's a severe thunderstorm warning for another 24 minutes. New severe thunderstorm warning extended now to the southeast to include eastern DeKalb County. Tag tornado possible. And we also have the city of Defiance now under this severe thunderstorm warning that goes until, it's going to be 10:30. I just heard that noise again. New severe thunderstorm warning now for Fulton County. Tag tornado possible until 10:15. And Mike, based on what we're seeing, I think that Wassian and Archbold, especially now just near and to the south of the Ohio Turnpike, I think there's a growing concern, obviously, and we've been talking about this for the last 10 or 15 minutes, but that's becoming now a well-defined bowing structure there through Williams County back into DeKalb and now entering Defiance County. That one looks like it's going to be the next one to cause a lot of problems. And even Mike, too, I'm seeing coming through Wauseon now, stretching back up towards Adrian, Michigan. That is even trying to bow. So our friends in Toledo are going to be next in line for this, and it could be strengthening and may become severe here very shortly as well.
Absolutely, and I'm starting to see some of that very strong wind in Williams County dive to the southeast a little bit. So I think that's just kind of generally going to be the trend here. And then as I look back over near the Weather Service office north of Warsaw, so North Webster, Indiana, it looks like it's doing the same thing. So that's where I think we're really going to start this congealing into a line, especially as it hits that higher instability here. That's going to be south of, let's say, Bowling Green, Findlay, back toward Mansfield. Like, all of that is in the higher instability now. But yeah, Toledo, while not under a severe thunderstorm warning just yet, does appear that there could even be some small hail heading towards Sylvania. So some of the northern and western suburbs of Toledo there, along 475, up Route 23, and then 223 in Michigan. Not looking that bad. It looks like mostly heavy rain right now. But we really have to focus on, like Archbold, Wauseon, and Fulton County now as well. And then, Defiance, that's not far from you, Napoleon, and there's US 24 there running out of Toledo all the way over to Fort Wayne. That's probably a good line of not very far away, 20 to 30 minutes maybe, just kind of given how
quick it's moving. Yeah, and real quick, I'll do a quick update for North Central Indiana, and then Owen Fritz has rejoined us this evening as well. Real quick, for those of you in Goshen, moving in here towards North Webster, towards Kendallville, there's severe thunderstorm warnings here. Also back from North Judson and Plymouth. I know we have, again, I'm covering for John Tinney a little bit this evening as well. So we still have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings here back to the west. And again, we may see these two areas congeal into one line. I think that's the general consensus, but it may take some time for that to do so. But at the same time, if these stay two separate kind of lines, that may pose hazards a couple different ways. Number one line could be stronger than the other. One could end up fizzling out. So then that'll be interesting.
I was here, guys, but I'm not here now because they've just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Lucas, Ottawa, Sandusky, and Wood counties.
Oh, our first warning of the day for Cleveland. Okay.
So just so you know, So hey, I'm here. It was fun while it lasted.
Okay.
The National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm for Lucas, Wood, Ottawa, Sandusky counties until, what did they got?
That's
until
going to be
10:45.
10:45. Yep.
Oh yeah, there it is.
So they got it at 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. Looking at this, and I can stay here for just a little bit because believe me, it's still 2 counties away. But it's moving at about 75 miles an hour. They had a special weather statement out ahead of this just a few minutes ago for Sandusky County and points in between. So what we're looking at, and what I was doing, I actually had a drone in the air. I had the M30 drone in the air looking up that way. So the clouds are very ominous. And I can tell you that particular line, as you guys kept talking about over in Williams and Defiance County, that continues to show the strongest returns that I'm seeing. And if you're in the northern Indiana, John Tinney's page, you're seeing some pretty good stuff fire back towards pretty much all across that line. But that one seems to be, to me, a little bit more potent than the one that's coming into Ohio right now. But we got to keep an eye on that. There is definitely some good wind on the front side. If we're looking at NORAD, normalized rotation, if we're looking at that product, showing over in Williams and Fulton and back towards Bryan. And even if you're looking at correlation coefficient, there's things they're not necessarily tornadic, but you can see that it's very indicative along the leading edge of that. You're starting to see some very good winds. So if you're in Napoleon or Wauseon, those are the kind of Defiance heads up to you. It should be traipsing downward again, 75 miles an hour. Looks like it's going to clip maybe portions of Lucas County and Wood County for the heaviest portion of that. But that northern flank that they just issued the severe thunderstorm warning for, a little bit slower on the wind speeds. And one of the challenges that we continue to face in this area, as you guys both know, is that radar dead zone. I'll hand it off to you there, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's that is a problem. And
now,
what you got, Owen?
Right into Lucas County. So right on the border of Lucas County and Fulton County, we are starting to see that rotate. It
looking
just
from
popped up.
Cleveland?
So north of Swanton.
Oh, yeah, okay, I see that there. Yep.
There is an
Okay.
inflow notch that in the latest scan that just came in, and it's just now crossed into Lucas County, going
see
right
it,
for
yeah.
the 475 area. So heading towards Holland in that area. So if you're in that area, I'm going to stick with you guys here just for a little bit, because at this point I have nothing to report, and I got the Skywarn spotters all prepped and ready to go. So they're doing their thing right now, and then I'll jump in and join them in a second for Sandusky County. But yeah, that latest scan, and I'm not sure, meteorologist Mike Joyce, I'm not sure what you got going on there, but we're starting to see some rotation in that particular cell.
Yeah, I'm seeing it off. I'm flipping back and forth between Cleveland and Detroit because, again, not the best radar coverage in the area, but at least we do have two, electronic eyes, if anything, on it. So Swanton right on the Fulton and Lucas County line there, so right along I-90. I definitely do see a little bit of rotation. I can kind of take a look at the correlation coefficient here. There's a little bit there. I don't know if we're getting a little bit of hail mixed in, which I think is certainly possible. Not large hail, but maybe some pea-sized hail or something like that. That's near Metamora. That'll be heading towards Sylvania. So a lot of folks in Sylvania. So Perrysburg need to look out. White House and any of those towns right along the turnpike there. But yeah, we gotta watch that.
It was definite inflow notch is really what I saw fairly quickly on that latest scan. I looked down and I went, oh. So if that continues to strengthen, we'll definitely be starting to see that. And as we made mention, Mike, earlier, one of my favorite things is as the sun starts to set, we get into prime time with these storms because it starts to cool off, and it's like lighting the match. Mm-hmm. So guess what time it is? It's Mike Joyce time, so I like that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, especially once we get these south of the warm front. I mean, I think they're gonna really, really move, and they're moving fast, like 70 miles per hour. I think is the average forward speed on these. So, which is dangerous in itself because it doesn't give you much time to prepare. And yeah, I'm looking at the northern Indiana radar. I definitely do see some rotation. Again, we're scanning kind of high in the atmosphere, but all three radars are seeing it. With Cleveland and northern Indiana basically showing the same thing, just the opposite, since they're on opposite sides of the storm. And then when you look at it from the north out of Detroit, it kind of gets like a broader look at what's going on. So yeah, if you're in western Lucas County, I'd be in your safe spot. I mean, that's generally the trend with severe thunderstorm warnings in general, but or what I mean by that is that's the thing to do, stay indoors and away from windows. But I think we got to really watch this one really closely going into the next hour or so. This severe warning still has an hour on it, so yeah.
Just to recap, so for those of you just joining us, and I don't want to overtake Nick there, but I'm giving him a little bit of a break. I got spotters out there right now, so you're starting to hear that in the background. That's actually Jeff Herman, spotter for us, who's actually out in Gibsonburg right now. I got the radio, the amateur radio spotters are out. But we do have that severe thunderstorm warning. The newest one that came in is severe thunderstorm warning for Ottawa County, western Sandusky County. It does not include the city of Fremont, but it does include the cities of Woodville and Gibsonburg, Wood County, Lucas County until 10:45. They got this going at southeast at 45, and I think that might be a little bit too slow. But that's what they got it at right now with 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and penny-size hail. And again, they're saying up to 3/4 inch hail at this point. And again, I'm sure we're going to see some warnings downstream of this, but all across here in northwest Ohio, Fulton County, Williams County, Defiance County, all under severe thunderstorm warning at this point. And again, this thing is starting to, I really think this thing sped up a lot faster than what we thought, because this was not supposed to arrive till really after midnight, and it's really started to chug along a lot faster than it normally has been. But again, I'm just watching that little area there in Lucas County. It's very nice to have the terminal Doppler to look at that as well. So we're very fortunate to have that right there. But continue to get to the lowest level of your house and just make sure that you are prepared. Because, Mike, one thing we were talking about earlier, and I'm giving Nick his voice a little bit of a break because he's been on all day today. Mike, thing we talked about a little bit earlier was, these wind speeds are hurricane force wind speeds in some cases.
Absolutely, and technically a hurricane force wind would be 74 miles per hour, and that's kind of what we're looking at in a lot of these, especially even if this isn't producing a tornado in western Lucas County, it's still producing 60 plus mile per hour wind, maybe even very localized reports or instances, I should say, of 70 miles per hour. So we get close to that hurricane force wind, and it can produce a lot of damage. And really, that's right along that turnpike right now, from Swanton and between Swanton and 475. Latest scan out of Cleveland still shows some weak rotation. Detroit, not as pronounced, but Detroit is definitely showing some of the higher wind potential that I was just talking about. And northern Indiana, a similar situation with some slight rotation ahead of it. So, yeah, this is a dangerous situation no matter what. A lot of lightning that will be really starting to, I think that's going to really take off too once it gets south of the warm front here and interacts, because we are still looking at, our instability in the mid-levels is still really high, even in areas that have seen rain today. And let's see, surface instability, it's high. Everything's high.
Yeah.
It's wild.
Hey, guys, real quick, I do have a report I want to pass along from Steuben County Emergency Management. This is the latest they have. They're reporting very heavy damage in the Lake Gage area, and at this point, EMA and fire are still, quote, cutting and clearing their way in to get a look at what's going on in that area. So that tells me that there is some extensive wind damage in Lake Gage, and I'm going to assume that is probably just to the west of I-69 based on radar imagery, but I've not looked at the exact location there. But also there's now a tree fire in Hicksville along Spencerville Road and Case Beer Miller Road, so that's a concern. Obviously in Defiance County, guys, I'm also seeing now increased hail signatures in Defiance County, especially near Hicksville. There's a very bright spot of purple there on the radar right now.
And Mike, I would like you to just take a look at one thing for me. I'm seeing I'm assuming it's an anomaly, but looking just south east of Bryan, I'm looking at SRV, and it's just so weird that I got a donut hole out of Cleveland. So not exactly sure what we got going on, but SRV is showing something there that, that was base velocity, but it's just very weird to me what I was seeing there. I don't know if the latest scan just came in, but the one before was like a donut hole, which was very odd. But
is that near
May.
North of Hicksville?
Defiance, so just northwest of Defiance.
Northwest of Defiance.
Oh, yeah, okay. I see it.
What is it? There's a weird anomaly going on right there, and then SRV is showing some.
Are you looking at northern Indiana radar?
Cleveland.
I know it's
weird,
okay.
But definitely some anomalies that we're got to keep an eye on in that area as well.
Yeah, and then real quick, severe thunderstorm warning tag now, tornado possible for Henry County, and also now hail to half-dollar size, along with winds up to 70 miles per hour until 10:30. That's going to be for Henry County, essentially Napoleon and points to the south of 24. Folks, I will say this line of storms coming through Toledo right now, Perrysburg, Waterville, Napoleon down to Defiance, this means business. This is not something you want to mess around with. New severe thunderstorm warning for Allen, Huntington, Noble, and Whitley. 80 mile per hour winds. So now we have our first considerable severe thunderstorm warning of the day, guys, and that's going to be for the cell crossing through the radar site in northern Indiana. Wow, that velocity is quite intense as well. I'm going to assume that there was some kind of report there, but now you'll see that polygon pop up in a second. But now the Fort Wayne metro area, you need to be indoors. Destructive tag on the severe thunderstorm for Allen, Huntington, Kosciuszko, Noble, and Whitley until 10:30. And Mike, we saw this yesterday in southeast Ohio, and now we're seeing it again today. It's not common to see that kind of tag and that kind of wording 2 days in a row.
Absolutely, and yeah, that just I'm just kind of taking a look at some of the surface observations. We have surface winds basically pointing at the storms. And we can see that the storms are basically sitting right on the warm front right now. And yeah, I can see why they're getting fed just a ton of energy at this time. And then that's how you get energetic, strong thunderstorms at night. They have to essentially be fed their energy some of which is left over from today. And wow, we haven't seen this type of energy in almost a decade. So I mean, you can see why we're still tapping into it, even almost an hour after sunset now. But yeah, that is not a good situation when you see that tag. The city of Fort Wayne, so we got a lot of folks there that really need to be taking this seriously, and it's heading right toward Fort Wayne. And then beyond that, that's going to head into Paulding and Van Wert counties. Unlikely to weaken. I mean, it may weaken a little. You know, you get that cycling, but we saw that with the first system where it did weaken ever so slightly. We thought, okay, it's looking better. And then as soon as it, got into farther southeast Ohio and then into West Virginia, it blew right back up again. So that's what we're looking at. I don't see anything that's going to block these as they enter Ohio, and already have up to the northwest near Defiance. Defiance, it's already basically on top of you, especially because now while over in Northwestern Indiana, where the storm is right now, the radar is there, but once we get into Northwest Ohio, we start to get into that radar hole. So you have to kind of warn more people in a way, because what you see on radar can be displaced from the surface a little bit, just because we're seeing a little farther away. So, oh wow, I got a new scan in. Yeah, it really brightened up in. I'm looking along a US 33 there. Between 33 and 30 near Columbia City, and just outside of Fort Wayne, looking pretty rough. We're gonna have to be very careful here in the next 20 minutes or so, because this, let's see, let me get that forward speed again. It is 80 mile per hour gusts, moving 55. So it's like the same thing from earlier too, where we're seeing almost every severe thunderstorm warning. It seems like the forward speed bumps up 5 miles per hour.
And we're going to see, and Mike, we're going to see some untapped energy here, because let me tell you, we've got nothing here. We have not gotten worked over here in Sandusky County at all. Mm-hmm. I know in Columbus and some of those areas, they've gotten worked over today. We're primed. If you look at the dew points right now, it's kind of ready for a match. And if it goes off, then we're going to have a problem. They got a new. That's for Miami County. What is that? Is that Miami County, Indiana? Never mind. So that's in the Peru and Kokomo area. But looking at this, Mike, one of the things that people you might hear overnight, if these are tagged as a considerable damage, and this is an extensive threat, they actually will issue the wireless emergency alerts on your cell phone now. Mm-hmm. So your cell phone may actually go off for those weather alerts, like a tornado warning, but it might be a severe thunderstorm warning due to the wind. So they will actually set that off if you got that turned on, I believe. I'm not sure if you can turn it off or not. But, so that's something to keep in mind as well as we continue to go here. And you can start to see that Boeing structure, Mike, and that's something, running right along the turnpike there. It's kind of concerning. But that 80-mile-an-hour wind gust back there, and, just kind of crazy there. One of the things, too, I know we got a new severe thunderstorm warning now for Lawrence. I think it was Lawrence County or Kentucky.
Yeah,
or Lawrence, Ohio.
We got Lawrence, Ohio, and you also have Defiance, Paulding, and Putnam. New severe thunderstorm warning there as well.
And Cobble, is Cobble in our area?
No, it is not.
Okay, Lincoln and Wayne. But we do got that one as well. And here's another thing that's really kind of upsetting me is we don't have a severe thunderstorm watch for this area. Just throwing that out.
They did extend the current one down into Jay County, Wells County, but yes, I agree. For the rest of Northwest Ohio, absolutely. Mm-hmm. That is certainly a problem, and I'm kind of shocked that there's not one in place now. We are watching. Okay, now ILN says another severe thunderstorm watch is going to be issued for West Central Ohio through Central Ohio to account for storms moving in from northern Indiana, Northwest Ohio. It will be issued shortly, and that's from ILN. So we are going to see it very shortly, but again, that kind of defeats the purpose.
Yeah, exactly.
We should have already have seen it. Real quick, I do want to do a quick recap on warnings as we're now kind of moving through some highly populated areas, and then we obviously have our destructive tag severe thunderstorm warning for the Fort Wayne area. First off, Toledo, let's zoom right into things here. We have a severe thunderstorm warning here for winds up to 60 miles per hour, hail to penny size. That's going to run through 10:30 tonight. I'm sorry, 10:45 tonight, excuse me, for Lucas, Wood, Ottawa, Sandusky County. Does not include Oak Harbor or Port Clinton or Fremont yet, or Clyde. We are seeing this, though, including Toledo, down through Bowling Green, Perrysburg, Lucky, Waterville, and then it goes down to almost the Hancock County line. We continue to move back to the west a little bit. Severe thunderstorm warning for Fulton County until 10:15. Severe thunderstorm warning for Henry County until 10:30. Severe thunderstorm warning for Williams and Defiance until 10:15. Severe thunderstorm warning. They're tagging all these tornado possible. I think that's a decent move just to kind of get some different communication out there. But for Defiance, Paulding, and Putnam until 10:45 as well. And then obviously our destructive tag. This really requires some special attention. Southwestern Noble County, Eastern Kosciuszko County, Whitley County, Northeastern Huntington County, and essentially all of Allen County. So we're talking the Fort Wayne International Airport, you're talking downtown Fort Wayne, you're talking I-69, I-469, US 30, US 33. That's going to run through 10:30 tonight. I've got a lot of family in Fort Wayne, so I'm checking on them to make sure that they are taking this seriously, getting their loose outdoor items moved indoors. And man, there's a huge outflow boundary there, but there is an enhanced corridor. I'm seeing some winds. I'm trying to get the exact reading here, but maybe close to at least 60 and 70 miles per hour, even a few spots approaching 75. But as this gets away from the radar, guys, we'll get a much better read on it.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, like we've been saying, this is a tough area to nowcast, as we call it, or forecasting what's happening now, just because of the sparse radar coverage between Cleveland, Northern Indiana, and Detroit, because Detroit's radar is well north of the city, and that is so they can get an eye on what's going on north of Detroit, because it's just a way to space out the radars. But either way, yeah, we're seeing a lot of damaging wind now, which now has marched through a good portion of Lucas County. So right now I see it on top of Perrysburg. I wouldn't be surprised if the worst of it's already ahead of 75, pushing along the 280 corridor in Toledo, and then Owen, yeah, it's going to be in your neck of the woods over in Fremont, Sandusky County pretty soon, I'd say.
Yeah, we're.
Hey guys, it looks like our warning system is finally back up and posting. I know the National Weather Service has had some issues today. Posting these, so now it looks like our warning system is back up and working, so that is fantastic. That will be a big help here through the rest of the night tonight. All of our warnings automatically post to Facebook, so that's very important. And yeah, Mike, I see what you're talking about there going through Perrysburg, but I think that's the same situation where you're going to get strong winds on the leading edge, and then even while it's pouring down rain for several minutes, you're going to see just continued really, really intense winds at this point. And guys, I'm also seeing a little bit of an inflow notch in southwestern Noble County to the northwest of Fort Wayne.
I was going to say, I see that too.
Yeah. So, and I think if there's some really intense winds, that's probably where it's going to be. I'm trying to get, there's some, I'm not sure if it's like maxed out or there's just some bad data potentially mixed in here too. Again, we're so close to the radar site, there's certainly some ground clutter involved. But Wolf Lake, Washington Center, Etna, Indiana, not to be confused with Etna, Ohio, crossing through towards Burr Oak, Murriam, Tri-Lakes, Cresco, 5 Points, Columbia City, Pages Crossing, Family Center is out here. Go ahead, Owen.
I don't know what we got going on. My other radio's going off again.
Let me take a look here. Cleveland has issued a severe thunderstorm watch now until 2 a.m. They've gone ahead and issued a watch, and we'll see the county shortly, but I would imagine it's going to encompass most of northern Ohio at this point.
Yeah, that's great. Watch comes after the warning. Anyway, never mind. But just to let you know, I was actually talking with some spotters, and that's what you're hearing in the background. And I was talking with them, and they are getting some of that leading edge gust front arrival in western Sandusky County right now. So that wouldn't be surprised. And he said it's really starting to pick up there. So he's watching as it comes through. So we got some ground truth going on there, and we'll continue to keep you posted here. Right,
and also Owen Zach is saying he's in Perrysburg, nothing to write home about, but he says it does feel like the strongest wind is lurking in the rain and not necessarily on the leading edge, which I would not be totally surprised if that happens. Again, guys, I really think this is going to maintain itself. I don't see this weakening. I think we're kind of just now starting to see it really start to organize and gather up. Again, new severe thunderstorm watch. It does include Pittsburgh, does include Wilmington, does not include Charleston, does not include the Indianapolis forecast office. So it's just Wilmington, Cleveland, and Pittsburgh. That goes until 2 a.m. We'll work on getting the counties up here shortly for you. But obviously right now we have a couple of areas of concern, and there's multiple Boeing segments here. One coming right through downtown Toledo, coming towards Bowling Green. Another one coming through Defiance and US 24, coming through downtown Defiance should be getting hit pretty good right now. And then obviously our destructive tag severe thunderstorm coming through southwestern Noble and northwestern Whitley counties. I will say we've not had any confirmed reports out of that destructive tag warning just yet. But it look like there was just a 53 knot gust at the Azov station in Defiance. So we do our math, that's definitely over 60 miles per hour. It's probably approaching 65 at this point in time.
Yeah, wow. It's really advancing, and yeah, this is going to be moving through quickly. I mean, yes, we've got several hours of tracking probably on this, just because it's going to be entering into, like we've been talking about this this whole evening, just how volatile the atmosphere still is. And even down here in Columbus, where we've been a little worked over, we've had some rain and thunder. We've gotten a little bit of our surface-based instability back, and we have a lot of mid-level instability. So, and even just riding north of that, I think even people who don't get wind, we're certainly going to see a light show tonight, and which in itself is dangerous if you have to be out overnight tonight. And then a lot of heavy rain, which is going to bring that flooding potential too, because a lot of spots we've had some flash flood warnings earlier today. Wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see that here in northern Ohio, just because of the intense rainfall rates, and then it's getting all knocked around by the wind that's embedded into the rain. Especially on that storm here in Defiance County. There's a lot of wind behind the main instrument.
I just got a report here from an amateur radio operator from Neil Byers in west side of Defiance near ProMedica Hospital. Here's his quote. He says, "Power is out as far as the eye can see." That is not the kind of reports that we want to be hearing about. So those of you now into Paulding County, Putnam County, that's what's coming your way. Get indoors now. Stay away from windows. I'm sure there'll be numerous reports of trees down. And Mike, I'm seeing there's a enhanced corridor of purple just near the North Webster site. Let me look at velocity. I hope we're not seeing a tornado there. Okay, I don't see anything on correlation coefficient, but that looks really interesting. We normally don't see something like that unless it was a debris ball, but I'm not seeing any signs of a tornado right now. But Owen, I'm not sure if you just heard that report out of Defiance, but west side is out as far as the eye can see in terms of power. That's not good news.
Yeah, we definitely don't want to see that, and we're starting to see some stuff. So over in Defiance County, man, it's I see what you're saying. It's kind of an anomaly, and I have a feeling it's due to some pretty heavy winds. We'll have to start to watch that. And it looks like, this radar dead zone really gets us every time, because you got that leading inflow notch just to the east of Bowling Green that we're watching as well. So I'm continuing to watch that. It's not rotating. It's got some slight rotation still, and I'm actually pulling that from ILN's radar. We're kind of playing hopscotch here with radars, but just continue to watch that over in Wood County. So nevertheless, the moral of the story is, I think you all would agree with me, treat this, because of the wind speeds, treat this, like you would any other tornadic type activity, because the wind speeds could blow out windows. If you have macro burst winds or micro burst winds, you could definitely see, windows being blown out, or just depends. It's kind of like taking a straw and blowing straight down on the table. Imagine that. That's what microburst type winds are. So be very careful with that. I think that's one thing. So the recommended action is to get to the lowest level of your house to be prepared and stay away from windows, especially until the storm has passed. And I think if we're going to exceed or adhere to this guidance, tonight would be the night, because of the fact that we're continuing to see we're continuing to see certain things that, these storms start to intensify. Now, I am looking at correlation coefficient. I'm hoping this is an anomaly in Sandusky County in the Woodville area, so I'm starting to watch that. But that's that leading edge there that we're continuing to watch for some rotation. So I'll hand it back over to you. I'm going to talk to some spotters in that area right now and see what we got going on, and I'll be back here in just a few minutes.
Yeah, let's do a quick recap of the warnings for you. We have severe thunderstorm warning still continuing for Toledo, Perrysburg, and Bowling Green. Again, we're, as Owen said, kind of playing hopscotch here with radar. At this point in time, we're also tracking storms back through Napoleon and Defiance. Those storms do not look good. Still seeing winds potentially up to 70 miles per hour, hail to ping pong ball size. I don't want to forget about a severe thunderstorm warning for Stark, Pulaski, Marshall, Fulton, and Miami and Wabash counties in north central Indiana, but that cell appears to be weakening, and we may see that kind of conjoin into a cell with our destructive tag. And Mike, that cell northwest of Fort Wayne still looks impressive. It's got a really nice outflow boundary attached to it, and there's likely, that inflow notch coming in there, that's probably just howling some really strong winds into that storm as it's moving now southeast, pretty much right along US 33.
Yeah, and thankfully, I think we just have to be thankful that the storm, being outflow dominant doesn't mean that it is not producing damage. I certainly think it is along US 30 and 33 there, as it very quickly marches toward Fort Wayne. I hope that if anyone's watching in Fort Wayne, they are indoors and away from windows and unfortunately prepared to lose power. If you're in Fort Wayne and you haven't charged your phone yet, plug it in now. Get as much juice as you can, because we could see a lot of power outages in the Fort Wayne area. And that's going to come right along Route 30 there into I-69 corridor here very shortly. So keep that in mind. I'm just getting alerts for the watch that was just issued. So, okay, that's what that is. Never mind. Okay. Yep. Okay, so this... Yes. Okay. So I'll talk about that in just a second. I want to keep my focus here. But yeah, let's focus on Fort Wayne here. This is a serious situation again. This storm has been tagged at 80 miles per hour, so we're talking hurricane strength with this one. It hasn't really shown any signs of weakening, and I don't see how it could, considering it's entering a more volatile atmosphere. Okay, so I will shift back to what I briefly interrupted for. The severe thunderstorm watch. I'm a little surprised, but I can kind of see what's going on here. Has included Columbus, but not Cleveland, although it does include most of Northeast Ohio, all the way to Youngstown, and then some of the Miami Valley counties, Mercer, Auglaize, Shelby, Logan, Champaign, and then a lot of Central Ohio, including Franklin County, up toward Mansfield. And they opted not to put Cleveland in the watch. I believe they feel that's a little far east, but I would still keep an eye out. You're still going to see a lot of lightning and maybe some brief gusty wind as this marches southeast toward Fremont's under the gun next, I think, and then we're really getting pounded in now eastern Lucas County, Wood County, Bowling Green, along I-75 there, and then this is kind of still following the turnpike a little bit. So not a good drive on the turnpike this evening, especially anyone who is attempting to travel eastbound. They're basically following it because of how the storm is moving and how quickly it's moving. I think we still have a forward speed. Okay, they have the Bowling Green, Wood County storm at 45. I think Owen mentioned that he thinks it might be moving a little faster, and I tend to agree with that as well.
It's definitely moving faster than that. That was the original warning. Yeah. I don't think they've actually issued an update on that one. Talking to a spotter just north of Gibsonburg. He's on the leading edge. He's getting about 20 to 25 mile an hour winds right now, measured. He does have Dorothy 5 on the top of his car. And so he's right along the leading edge, and he does see some low-lying clouds that he's keeping an eye on. Nothing too crazy right now. But he also says that it's 75 degrees, so it's juiced and ready.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow. That doesn't surprise me whatsoever. Zach also just saying that he's got at Amplex at his work there, gust over 50 miles an hour. Also a 50-knot gust just measured at the TDZ Airport, Azaz Station at this time, and we're continuing to watch that. Wow. Let's go into Whitley County. That cell has wrapped up immensely. Cherubuska, there is some intense wind there right now. If you are in Columbia City, Walnut Corners, down through Dunn Mill, Arcola, down towards Aboit, let me draw this. Mike, this is really intense. I mean, it's not quite supercell type structure, but man, that is wrapped up big time.
Yeah, it is. And that the latest scans here, I'm looking at velocity. There's definitely that inflow notch there. I would, if if this is rotating, this is where it's happening. And the correlation coefficient doesn't give me a strong hint at anything happening yet, but it's got the reflectivity
Mike,
signature.
Velocity. We are not looking that far off the ground. There are some pixels up to 100 miles per hour.
Wow.
This is a serious situation. Arcola, Aboit, Ansley Corners, downtown Fort Wayne get below ground at this point. This is a serious.
Treated as a tornado.
Wow, that is
sure.
impressive. Some of those pixels there that we're seeing, again, these dark yellows. And I'm not trying to do this to scare anybody, but let's turn on the probe tool.
Where are you looking, Nick?
Northwest of Fort Wayne, there are several pixels at around 100 miles an hour, and that's very close to the radar site. So let me exit out of the warning here for a second. There you go, 110 near Collins on Indiana Route 205. So again, treat this as a tornado warning right now. If you're in downtown Fort Wayne, Arcola, Aboit, Dunn Mill, this is a serious situation. Very strong winds. This is going to knock down and uproot a lot of trees. I fear Columbia City's probably going to be having some problems. I'm looking at IWX just to see if there's anything. Dozens of calls coming in. Okay, that's in Michigan. Apologize about that. 61 mile per hour wind gusts observed in Defiance. That's no surprise there. But this is main concern right now. Let's stay with this for a little bit. That's US 30 coming out of Columbia City towards I-69. I'm very familiar with this area up here as well. That cell is wrapped up immensely. There's your reflectivity view. There's your inflow notch coming in. That has just got to be roaring in out of the east and southeast. They're coming in through Cherubusco along US 33. They maintain the destructive tag on this warning until 10:30, just updated. Winds up to 80 miles per hour. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a little stronger than that. And then here's your precipitation wrapping back in. There is probably not much in the way of rotation, but there's some intense wind here right now, and I fear this is about to move right into a densely populated area. Fort Wayne's the county seat, very populated, and we are well after dark, and some folks are in bed. This is a work night for a lot of folks. More than likely still seeing pixels over 100 miles per hour on the velocity. Widespread 70 to 80 for sure, but there are some isolated spots even more than that. Severe thunderstorm warning, considerable tag continues. And Mike, now this warning for the one here in west of Fort Wayne, it's almost kind of moving south-southeast, but it doesn't really matter the direction it's moving. There's just an immense amount of wind. This is by far the strongest storm of the day.
Right, for sure. And yeah, it's gonna be a widespread swath of damage too, and that's why, we are all very concerned about a lot of electricity loss possible in the area, lots of trees down, especially some big trees that you're just gonna get caught up in this, and that's why everyone needs to be away from windows and then treat it like a tornado warning, because if you're near any big trees, that's going to, of course, impact the exterior of your house first. So you don't want to be near a wall that could be potentially hit by something that could cause the wall to collapse or anything like that. So, wow, yeah, that again, yeah, heading right into Fort Wayne, it's going to pretty much impact the whole metro area, I believe.
Yeah, and this is actually heading towards the airport, so we'll get a good wind reading, I think, out of this here within the next 15 to 20 minutes as that's moving through. The airport's kind of in the southwestern corner of the county, I'd say about 5 or 6 miles southwest of the center of Fort Wayne there on your screen, towards Aboit and to the north of Yoder. So we're watching that. And I just got a report of some power outages in Lucas County along US 20 and I-80. No surprise there, and I'm sure that's heading towards you. Localized power outages was the term there. Still seeing intense velocity returns in Columbia City right now, and especially just to the east. That'll head towards South Whitley and eventually move in. It's moving into Arcola now. There are several distribution centers and factories out here on the western side of Fort Wayne, northwestern side of the county. Down here towards Aboit and Roanoke, down US 24. You're in the path of that too. But again, that is some significant wind. I would not want to be driving. I would not want to be outside. This is where you need to get indoors, get away from windows, make sure you're away from trees. If that means you have to go to the basement, then go to the basement and stay there. That's a pretty serious situation moving through. Owen, you have anything for us?
Yeah, so just a couple of things. Still talking to spotters on our various means of communication. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Erie County now until 11:15 just issued.
Erie, Huron, Ottawa, Sandusky, Seneca, and Woods. So this will be a big polygon.
All right, give me 1 second, but we are watching an area of some potential rotation near Woodville. So just keep that in mind. They're not quite sure. It's dark, so we're trying to get a clearer image on that near the town of Bradner.
Yeah, I see that on radar just a little bit here, just to the southwest of Woodville, perhaps. It's again, we're looking quite a ways away from the radar, but there could be something there. And so that's moving into now western Sandusky County. Winds on the order of potentially 60, maybe up to 70 miles per hour. We've already had some confirmed gusts of 50 to 60 throughout Toledo and Wood County, even on the northern portions of the county. If you're out over the lake, you're getting some very heavy wind and rain through Cedar Point, down through Catawba Island, Oak Harbor, and Port Clinton. We've also got several lakeshore communities in the path of that as well. So some concern there. Zach showing us that the rain rate at his station in Lucky at Amplex is at 2.6 inches per hour. That is really intense. His max gust so far today is about 51 miles per hour. There's your new warning that includes the cities of Fremont, Tiffin, including Tiffin University, up to Norwalk and Sandusky. Winds here potentially on the order of up to 60 miles per hour. Continue to watch, and that Mike is really starting to show some signs of bowing out.
For sure.
Pretty similar to what we had in southeast Ohio a little earlier today.
Yeah, it is, and I believe that's what we're going to see. We're going to see this pick up even more forward speed as it bows out, and then that's going to provide our more widespread damage threat. So that means more people are going to see damage than a typical isolated severe weather event. And that's really tough on power crews. So if you do lose power, it might be a while before you get it back. And it's not good considering what kind of temperature profile we're looking at over the next couple of days. A couple things on this new warning. Moving southeast at 40 miles per hour. Again, as it kind of takes on that bowing structure, I think we'll see that increase. So I see that the warning now includes so pretty much all of Sandusky County, most of Seneca County, the western fringe of Erie County, so that does include Cedar Point and Sandusky, and then Huron County. Norwalk is in that, Monroeville, Bellevue, not including Willard or New Haven, but it's not far. So if you're in any of those towns, consider yourself in the warning. You have a little bit more lead time than everyone else, but yeah, I would be looking out if you were anywhere in northern and northwest Ohio and far eastern Indiana. And I'm also trying to get another look on the Fort Wayne storm just to kind of get some new data.
Yeah, and Mike, while you're looking at that, John Tinney has just joined. John, what do you have for us?
And just a real-time thing. I don't want to override John. Hang on 1 second, if you would, John. If you're in Gibsonburg in Sandusky County, we got some very, very, very strong winds going through there right now. I got a spotter on the ground. We're continuing to look at that, but we, he's telling me it's raining sideways, and this guy's never said that in his life. So he's got some very, very strong winds in this particular storm. We're not quite sure. We're continuing to look at that, and we're starting to see power surges. I just had one here that we're looking at as well. So definitely need to take the warnings. There you go, 57 miles an hour now in the city of Gibsonburg. This is NAS, I'm thinking I'm on the radio. Back to you.
Yeah, John, I'll toss it over to you. You have anything for us?
Yeah, I'm just watching the traffic cams up in the Fort Wayne metro area, up from Jefferson to Illinois Road here.
Yeah.
All is calm right now, but boy, that is going to be a changing picture as this line progresses on to the south. Currently, it looks like everybody has power, Nick. I'm looking at the Illinois Road camera right now. But I would not be surprised to see that change here momentarily as this line pushes through. Again, I want to reiterate what you guys have been saying. If you're in the path of this, treat it like a tornado warning. If this thing holds strength, I'm going to have to soon start waking up family members of mine in the area. But again, I appreciate you guys covering for me. I had to come to Alabama for an emergency family issue, but the
new warning, by the way, I hate to cut you off, John. We got a considerable tag now.
For who?
Seneca, Wood, Hancock.
Oh, yep, I see it there. Okay, yeah, so that's a new severe thunderstorm warning now for southern Wood, southern Seneca, Hancock, and Wyandotte counties, and I'm kind of shocked it's not tagged tornado possible for a couple of reasons. Looking from the northern Indiana site, seeing just a little bit of an inflow notch on the western sides of Findlay, just to the west of 75. I should say potentially developing. I do want to bounce back to the Fort Wayne storm real quick. Again, that is a very impressive thunderstorm. They maintain the considerable tag for winds up to 80 miles per hour. I will say one positive is that the velocity has trended down slightly. So if you're still down here through Aboit, Arcola, moving into Ansley Acres, I-69, Dunphy, Timbercrest, you need to be in a safe place right now. Put yourself below ground. Treat this as if it were a tornado warning. And now, Owen, I think both of your warnings, even your warning, it's now tagged considerable as well for Fremont and Clyde. So that's not surprising whatsoever. Velocity is not great in this area. Radar coverage is not great. So I think this is a great move by the National Weather Service at this time. That's a very damaging-looking Boeing structure now moving through, coming right into Fremont along US 20 in the Ohio Turnpike, moving down towards Tiffin, Findlay, coming into through Putnam County around Ottawa, and then also Port Clinton, Catawba Island, Oak Harbor, seeing some very heavy wind as well.
Hey, Nick, notice an outflow boundary that's extending from that line just coming through Warsaw.
Yeah.
Running from basically a Boyd back over to Silver Lake. It'll be interesting to see how that trailing line interacts with that outflow boundary.
Yeah, hey, real quick, this just coming in. A hurricane-force wind gust has now been reported in Putnam County near Belmore, 75 miles per hour. That was measured, it looks like. And so that's why we have that 70 mile per hour tag now for Hancock County. Also, we are looking for, Whitley County is now already requesting wind assessments already. So that's not good. That tells me we probably have a lot of damage there. But so Belmore is in the far northeastern portion of Putnam County. That part of the cell is now moving into Macomb along Ohio Highway 235, and that's approaching I-75. So downtown Findlay, you've got just a couple minutes. If you have any outdoor items, get inside now. And that gust is from the emergency manager, Keith Hosman of Putnam County, reporting that 75 mile per hour wind. Also, trained weather spotter, EMA volunteer, reporting 72 mile per hour wind. So, Mike, as this is approaching US 30, this Boeing segment is really intensifying now, and we still have our existing warning for the Fort Wayne area. That one, that is really wrapped up. If we had better parameters for tornadoes, I think that would be a tornado warning, honestly. I really do.
Absolutely. And we actually do have, in Indiana, decent spin in the atmosphere. I do think that's just because of the place of the low. I mean, we have mid-level rotation in Ohio. It's the low-level surface-based rotation that's keeping us safe. Well, I don't want to say safe because this damaging wind threat is nothing to feel safe about. This is a dangerous situation, but thankfully the rotation has been confined to the mid-levels. But I mean, it only takes one situation for some of that to get transferred to the surface, so we do have to really watch for that.
Yeah, also getting a lot of reports now. I'm just on a couple comments here. Heavy power loss on the west side of Fort Wayne. I'm not surprised. Again, that is now heading towards the Fort Wayne International Airport. We should get a solid, very good reading on that, even though it's at 30 feet. But that's going to give us a really good indication of what's going on, and if they're going to have to continue another considerable tag, a destructive tag, for maybe Wells and Adams County.
I want folks in the northern part of Wells County and even Adams County, go ahead, get to your safe place. Go ahead, get your kids up and get them to the center part of the house.
Yeah, I think that's a very good call. I'm not seeing anything yet from the Weather Service that says they're going to extend it, but now I will say Amy Biggs, I'm not sure what county she is of the emergency manager for, but she is currently saying that there are intense destructive winds coming in waves. I'm not sure exactly what county she's in. Okay, Cherubusco. So that's going to be Whitley County. So now that tells me that even on the back side, we are seeing strong winds coming through. That's going to likely continue to feed these really intense winds. Also, amateur radio operator out of Allen County, multiple trees down, US 33 and County Road 300 North near the Allen-Whitley County line. So that storm's still very dangerous. I'm going to go ahead and call that a supercell. It's rotating, okay? We're seeing that spin on the radar. Very intense wind and maybe some hail. Also intense wind coming into Findlay now, especially just to the north of Findlay on I-75. This is really dangerous. Also, Work County, West Virginia, the main power line from Parkersburg is down. Power company claims outages could be a multi-day event. 90% of Work County, West Virginia, is without power now due to the main line is damaged from these storms this evening in West Virginia. So 90% of Work County, granted it's a rural area, but that's a significant power loss. So I'm probably going to say now we are over 250,000 customers in our coverage area here this evening, no matter where you're watching, Indiana, Ohio, or West Virginia, that have suffered extreme power loss. And again, the Work County emergency manager saying this is a multi-day outage. That is not a good thing whatsoever to hear. So a couple other updates. Let's go back into Fort Wayne. That's coming right over the airport now. Go ahead, Owen.
We do have power lines that are now coming down. We just got a report there outside Woodville. So some power lines coming down. So I'll come back to you in just a minute. And back to you there, Nick.
Yeah, no problem. I appreciate that, Owen. Thank you again. Let's go back to the Fort Wayne storm. That is continuing to look really, really wrapped up. That's coming right over the airport now, so we should get a gust here momentarily from the Weather Service
from
reporting.
Illinois Road, and it is really deteriorated on the Illinois Road cam there, Nick.
Yeah. Also, Mike, would like your input on this. There's a pretty decent-sized donut hole, pretty much almost right over downtown Fort Wayne.
And there's a hook on the reflectivity. I don't like that at all.
Okay, update now. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning issued for Adams, Allen, Huntington, Wells, and Van Wert County. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning, winds to 80 miles per hour. Mike, go ahead.
I'm going to step out. I got to call my wife, Nick, okay?
Yeah, no problem. I appreciate you joining, John. Thank you.
I'll be right back on.
Yep, okay, that sounds good. Yeah, Mike, go ahead. I wanted to ask you about that donut hole there and that hook that you're seeing.
Yeah, so even though this storm is outflow dominant, we are really seeing a really incredible amount of inflow getting sucked into this right near downtown Fort Wayne. And just judging by that impressive hook-like structure that we see on radar, I would absolutely treat this like a tornado situation. We don't have a tornado warning, but even though there may not be rotation at the surface, we are getting, when you get this, we're having so much outflow, so much wind damage. It looks like there's that updated severe thunderstorm warning that I just got. That we could even this is a situation where a spin-up tornado could happen.
Absolutely.
In addition to the damaging straight line wind. So the damaging straight line wind is going to be more widespread. It's going to be causing more of the power outages, and it's going to do the most damage. But there could be a spin-up somewhere else. And if it's going to happen, it's probably going to be right along US 27, downtown Fort Wayne, and anywhere downstream of it. So that would be anywhere along 469, that's southeast of the city, and anywhere southeast in this new severe thunderstorm warning for Allen, Huntington, Wells, Adams, and Van Wert County in Ohio, and that's going to run until 11:15. So this could wrap up into a tornado situation at any time. Go ahead and treat it like it is anyway, just because of the damaging straight line wind, which in some circumstances, when we've seen these pixels up to 100 miles per hour, is just like an EF0, EF1 tornado. It's almost indiscernible other than the fact that it's more widespread, and that's why we're seeing a lot of power outages. So, yeah, Fort Wayne, not a good situation, and it's unfortunate that this is happening in such a populated area, but that is how it works sometimes, unfortunately.
Yeah, and also, unfortunately, it's nighttime. This is a really bad time of the day for this to be going on right now, and this is not something to take lightly. But again, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued now for Allen, Huntington, Wells, and Adams counties in Indiana, and also southwestern Van Wert County in northwestern Ohio. So we're watching that very closely. Lots of reports coming in here this afternoon. Also, some reports of limbs down in Roanoke, and it's barely doing anything there. So that tells me that this wind field is very wide and massive. My grandfather in Fort Wayne says on the northern side the wind is just starting, likely not severe on the north side of Fort Wayne, but still there could be some very strong inflow type of winds coming out of the east and southeast. So that's coming right through the heart of Fort Wayne. Very populated area, and I'm waiting on the report for a gust from the National Weather Service from the Fort Wayne Airport. Hopefully the observation station is up and running. That's a concern. Let's go back to velocity on this one real quick. Wow, and the winds have increased. We're back up now to 100 mile per hour winds approaching the Waynedale area. I'm very familiar with that. You've got Bluffton Road. There's a Kroger there. You're also heading down to the Waynedale. There's a golf course out there as you're heading towards the Fort Wayne International Airport. You've got Ferguson Road down here. You've also got Indianapolis Road is out in this area as well. You've got the Lake Shores community, Lincolnshire, Paulding Road, Tillman Road, Decatur Road also in the path of this, Eastland Gardens. I really think this is going to be a situation that we're going to see a lot of damage in a short amount of time. And Mike, what's impressive to me is that this is not letting up. It has been this way for over a half hour, and I just hope everybody's inside and nobody gets hurt. That's my biggest. Okay, report now of a 23-inch diameter tree snapped.
Wow.
So that's pretty significant. Let's go back to Northwest Ohio here real quick. Fremont, and I'm sure, and we've not heard from Owen, I'm sure he's very busy working with the EMA side there, but Fremont, Tiffin, Findlay, significant winds coming through. You right now, 60 to 75 mile per hour winds not out of the question, especially in Hancock counties where the strongest of those winds likely are, coming right through downtown Findlay, crossing I-75. That's going to head to the east-southeast, upper Sandusky. You have time. Get indoors, get your loose items inside, and just stay indoors and get away from windows, get in a safe place until this storm passes you. We're watching that very closely. Fremont, right up the Ohio Turnpike, dangerous weather happening right now. Fremont down towards Tiffin, going through Tiffin University, also up to Catawba Island, Port Clinton, and coming into the city of Sandusky. So I just wanted to update that real quick. Cherubusco, multiple reports of trees down, but Mike, unfortunately, I think this Fort Wayne storm, it kind of still needs probably the number one attention. It is still completely wrapped up. And I don't see any signs of it letting up anytime soon still.
No, absolutely. We're that inflow notch. In many situations that would be a telltale sign of a tornado, but with this one, it just shows you how much energy it's sucking in and how it's still producing so much wind damage on the now south side of Fort Wayne. I think the north side of Fort Wayne is getting gusty wind, but not the considerable damage that's going on right along 469 on the south side of town here. Let me try to get a tracker if I can get some of those wind estimates. Yeah, I've seen a couple pixels close to 100 still. Along 469 now, and there's a new scan, no weakening. A lot of inflow, maybe even some tightening rotation. Let's see, I can't get any roads here near the 27 and 469 interchange. It might be almost too late on that one, but yeah, if there's going to be a spin up, that's where it might be. In this type of situation, you almost have to think it's going to happen somewhere. Not like as far as tornadoes go, it's not that the tornado is going to be all that destructive, but it could exist, flip cars, briefly cause damage, in addition to the widespread straight line wind damage that's occurring in many places. I mean, this is not just the leading edge. This is stretching all the way still through the city of Fort Wayne. So, and now moving out of the city, but still impacting the metro area. So this is a serious situation. Decatur, you're next. Some other spots outside of there along US 33 and 27 there.
Going to be the Ossian Toxin area too. They're going to be right there along 224.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be crossing. It's also coming down Indiana Route 1. Also, to some is known as near Indianapolis Road. Very, very dangerous situation ongoing here right now. So let's do a quick little reset for you for just now tuning in. Meteorologist Mike Joyce, forecaster John Tinney, forecaster Owen Fritz, and I'm forecaster Nick Dunn, covering a severe weather event tonight across northwestern Ohio, northeastern Indiana, with multiple severe thunderstorm warnings showing signs of 70 to even upwards of 80, 90 mile per hour winds at this point in time.
Traffic cams going down.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Tree into a house in the Tri-Lakes Whitley area. Person trapped inside of a car right now on State Road 109 in Whitley County. Power is out in Aboit Township in Allen County. Power outage in the Ardmore and Sandpoint area. These reports are coming in quickly. 55 mile per hour gust. I think that's a little low, but that's what happened at the ASOS station at the Fort Wayne Airport. Town is without power currently in Ottawa in Putnam County. Most of the town is without power in Putnam County. So we are seeing significant damage occurring right now across northeast Indiana and northwestern Ohio. And checking the Ohio outage map, I'm surprised it's not a little higher yet, but 215,000 customers across Ohio are without power, 42,000 customers as of 10:22, so about 15 minutes ago in Indiana are without power, and about 44,000 customers in West Virginia. So extensive power outages are ongoing this evening across the region. Let's get you an update on some of these other storms across north central Ohio. We continue to watch, again, just immense winds. Mike, this reminds me so much of 2012, just the sheer strength that these storms are bringing as they continue to work southeast. But we're seeing, and really the other threat too, Mike, as we mentioned earlier, flooding. There's a lot of rain going on, so driving is going to be a problem. Findlay's getting hit very hard right now up through Tiffin and Fremont as well. I feel like this is an old scan for some reason. It's about 5 minutes old, so that's the latest that I have. Mike, you have anything?
Yeah, that's the latest scan I have too. Hopefully we get an update here soon, and that's about the latest I'm getting off of northern Indiana, and well, it's kind of pulling away from Detroit, so I won't even try that one. But you know what I will do? We're starting to get a little closer to the Cleveland terminal radar out in Lorain County. That's not too impressive, at least when it comes to what it can scan at the moment. So we'll have to wait till that gets a little closer. But yeah, so we're even. I wouldn't be surprised if we even had some bigger hail near Findlay, near Arcadia, North Baltimore, like right in between that area. I'm seeing some larger hail threats. Let's see. Correlation coefficient. I definitely see some hail damage in there. That's not going to be the main threat. The main threat's going to be the wind, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was some minor damage. Certainly another reason not to go outside in this. If you need any more reason other than that. And then just looking at that Fort Wayne storm, I'm just so, I don't want to use this word lightly, but kind of blown away by it, just because it's just so strong. And that, man, I would be really concerned about the area in the notch there. I really would. Yeah,
and so that's going to be. I'm pretty familiar with this neck of the woods. So you're talking. It's going to be Hessen Castle Road near Maples Road, pretty close in that area as well, up towards Tillman Road. You're also talking Marion Center Road's in the path right there. That's not too far from the notch. Getting in a little bit closer, you've got portions of Wayne Trace, Adams Center Road. There's I-469. That's fairly sparsely populated out here, but there are a couple of smaller housing communities out here, so that's concerning as well. Some additional reports that are just flying in very quickly here. Tree onto a car, we talked about that one. A half-mile length of power lines have been knocked down in Whitley County. A half-mile long worth of power lines are down. Multiple trees are down on Covington and West County Line Road in Allen County. At least 6 inches in diameter minimum on every tree, from what I understand there. Tree into a propane tank actively leaking in Whitley County.
That's not good.
Yeah, flying debris, garbage cans, roofing material on Bluffton Road just east of the airport right now. That's going on right this second just to the east of the airport.
Notch.
Yeah, that's not far from the notch at all. So those of you down here looking a little further southeast, you have Maples, you have Heritage, and Heritage out here in Monroeville. You actually attended that school for a short time. You've got K through 12 campus out there, several smaller kind of country type setup housing, but a lot of trees. A lot of trees. So that's a concern that I have. You're seeing flying debris. That does not necessarily mean a tornado. The winds are just that strong. Let's go over to velocity and see what it is showing. My goodness, that is just intense. Yoder, Poe, heading into Middletown, Hessen Castle, Maples. We're also talking out here, that's going to be down towards Blair, Pleasant Ridge. You've got Yoder Road out here. You've also got Thiel Road. You've got Bluffton Road. You've got Pleasant Center Road. Seeing multiple pixels of winds over 90 miles an hour. This is not a storm to take lightly. The community of 9 Mile also in the path. A little earlier, we talked about Monmouth. You guys are in the path of this next. Hoagland, moving into southwestern Van Wert County. We're talking Wren, Wilshire, Abanca. Also portions of Indiana Route 101, US 27 heading down towards Bern into the Amish community, US 33 heading south towards the Ohio state line and eventually to Wilshire and northwestern Mercer County. Power outage north of Columbia City, 6 to 8 inch branches down. Reports of a couple windows have been knocked out in Noble County. So the reports are just coming in fast and furious. And now there's a clear sign of rotation, Mike, just to the east of 469 in between Maples and Hoagland. So, again, it's not tagged as tornado possible, but, man, I would certainly be treating it as if it were one. That is just violent.
Yeah, go ahead and take a look at correlation coefficient. I definitely see a couple pixels of concern there that kind of lines up with the notch.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would not be surprised if we do see maybe even a tornado warning issued on this. We'll have to see. But yeah, that has really tightened up a little bit. But yes, the damaging wind remains the most widespread threat because of how powerful it is. But now, in that last scan, I definitely see that tightening up a little bit with the greens and the reds doing their thing close together. That's not what we like to see. And we still have that little hook on radar. We still have it on velocity, and I'm even seeing something on correlation coefficient here, which again helps us determine what's in the air. So some of this could be debris lofting in a weak tornado that's left behind from the wind damage. So this could be a 1-2 punch for some communities. Not good. Wow.
No, not at all. Let's jump back over to northern Ohio real quick. I don't want to forget anybody over here, but we do have a line of there's several little miniature, little wavy patterns, as Mike was mentioning earlier today on our first MCS. But this is really showing some signs of being maintained very well. Moving in down the northwestern portions of Wyandotte County, seeing some comments that Tiffin is really getting hit pretty hard right now, and I believe every bit of that. There could be some hail, especially southern portions of Hancock County. That may clip northeastern Hardin County. We could see a warning issue for Hardin County shortly. Fremont, all of Sandusky County. I'm sure Owen is just getting bombarded with reports and other issues right now, so we'll hopefully hear from him shortly. Sandusky, Cedar Point, out through the islands, seeing some very heavy rain and strong wind that's coming into Norwalk here very soon. I know we're not paying a ton of attention, as much as we should across northern Ohio, but this storm now approaching Decatur and Van Wert. This is our number one concern. It is still tagged as destructive, 80-mile-per-hour winds. And John, I see you're still with us. Do you have anything that you've heard of so far damage-wise?
No. I tell you what, I think we can clear Bluffton, though. That looks like it's going to miss Bluffton to the east.
I would certainly agree with that. I would think this is more of a Fort Wayne, Monroeville, Hoagland, Decatur, down to Wilshire. Yeah, down to Wilshire there in southwestern Van Wert County. So I wasn't sure if, I know you have some friends in the Fort Wayne area, wasn't sure if you heard anything update at this point.
I'm looking at my resources and whatnot. I had to kind of contact my wife and my sisters and stuff who were in the path of this. Now I can give them the all clear.
Yeah, also report person trapped in a house in Whitley County. That is not good. That is not what we want to hear right now at all. Lots of reports of small hail with this. And Mike, now that that notch is kind of enclosed on itself a little bit, that concerns me even more.
Mm-hmm. It occluded.
Yeah. Still some rotation showing up too.
Yeah, it sure looks like it to me. So
semi flipped over on US 30 now as well.
Okay, is that near Fort Wayne?
To the west in Whitley County, there's been a report of a semi flipped over, and that could be on the backside as we're still likely seeing some strong winds. Yeah, go ahead, John.
No, I was reacting to the semi being flipped. Sorry about that.
Oh no, that's good. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm surprised we haven't seen more reports of that. Multiple power outages in the Aboit Township area. That's in southwest Fort Wayne. No surprise. Report again from the ASOS station of Fort Wayne. 55 knots. Also, train spotter now reporting wind gusts around 80 miles per hour. Large trees broken southwest Fort Wayne and Allen County. Power also out at this time. So I think we're going to see the power outage numbers spike pretty quickly in Allen County, Indiana here very shortly. Velocity still looks quite impressive. Damaging winds now moving into Ossian and points to the east towards Preble. Monmouth seeing the stronger winds now as well. Do you have something, John?
I was looking at it from radar scope, and it has a TBS.
Okay, so back to correlation. Yeah, there's still some pixels of concern in there, and Mike, to point out, some of those pixels could just be, as one of the reports there said, there was trash cans being lifted up. I mean, who knows? I mean, that could be trash cans, shingles being lifted way up with winds of this magnitude. I mean, the radar could be picking up all kinds of debris, and it may not necessarily be a tornado when we have the kind of wind that we're seeing out here right now.
Right, we could even have some hail in there. I'm starting to see some pinks and purples start to pick up on the radar behind it. So that's still a concern for the I-469 corridor. And yeah, unfortunately, pretty much every traffic camera in the path is down. Not a shocker at all, because they probably...
Yeah, I was watching that, Mike.
Yeah.
And slow, like one by one, they just started to go offline.
Yeah, so real quick, one comment, and I don't mean to use profanity on the airwaves here like this, but somebody said it's hell in Fort Wayne right now. I'm not surprised, and I agree with that. Also, just coming in, Zach just sent in Toledo fires responding to numerous reports of wires down and fires in Toledo. First Energy is reminding everybody, always assume a down wire is carrying electricity, which can severely injure or kill you. And that's one point we really haven't talked about. If you happen to be out tonight, do not cross a downed wire. You don't know what's going on with it. You don't know if somebody's called it in. Just stay away from it. So, real quick recap on warnings. We're down to 3 warnings, but they're all very intense. Obviously, the one back to the furthest to the west, Fort Wayne. This includes Allen, Adams, Huntington, and Wells counties in Indiana, southwestern Van Wert County, Ohio. And I do want to show a track on this real quick because long term, this continues to move right down the US 33 corridor. And what do they have this moving at? Let's see. They have it moving southeast.
55 the last I looked.
Man, I think that's just a touch fast potentially, but we'll leave it at that. If we move it southeast at 55, you're talking some of the impact time, so I can pull this up for you. We're talking Convoy in 14 minutes, Van Wert in 22 minutes, Ohio City in 25 minutes, moving into Venadosha in 31 minutes, and into Neptune in 37 minutes. That's kind of a long term. I won't go too much further than that because a lot of uncertainty remains about the longevity of the storm, but in the short term, I think it's going to definitely stay with us and stay intense. Let's move back over to north central Ohio. Man, this is just a really intense, really straight line. I'm not seeing a ton in the way of Boeing structures, but velocity is still quite impressive, at least depending on what you're looking at. Now, again, Mike, I think velocity maybe not quite telling the true story here of what's going on across Sandusky down into Tiffin and Findlay. Obviously, again, radar not the greatest out here, but I'm sure lightning is just off the chain. Okay, new severe thunderstorm warning, 70-mile-per-hour winds for all of Mercer County and western Allglaze County. So that was just issued. But back to northern Ohio for a second. I don't know that velocity is telling us the full story. I think there's some pretty strong winds still ongoing.
Absolutely. And yeah, that is one, limitation to some of these areas that are in between the northern Indiana, Cleveland, Wilmington, and Detroit radars, all 4 of them. So your spots like Upper Sandusky, Kenton, Findlay, Tiffin, not the great, Bucyrus even, not the best radar coverage, but, I'm seeing some hail pickup in Wyandotte County, I think.
Yeah, I just saw that. Yep.
So correlation coefficient seems to agree with it, and then the reflectivity does as well. But then, we also do have to focus on Mercer and western Auglaize there. So, your Grand Lake St. Mary's, Salina, St. Mary's, the town, west side of Wapak really need to be. This is the same storm that has caused such trouble in Fort Wayne and continues to do so as it moves out of Indiana and then into Ohio. So Van Wert's next. I'm surprised more of Van Wert County isn't in the warning, to be honest. But... and then we even have that little area of rotation there too. That's still that pesky area. That's a massive inflow. That's just still concerning to me. But again, it's the straight line wind threat that's going to be the main threat, and as it moves into Ohio here. So Van Wert County, Mercer, and Auglaize. Lima, you're not far away, although it might dive a little south, but then into Shelby, Logan, and then Champaign after that. So it's going to kind of follow the severe thunderstorm watch, I think. And then, getting back into our other storm, this line of storms is, yikes. It's been a while since we've seen one like this.
It certainly is. I will second that. Real quick, some additional reports coming in out of northern Indiana. Multiple 12 to 18-inch trees down in southwestern Allen County. A train spotter reported 76-mile-per-hour gusts near Yoder. That's not far from the Fort Wayne Airport. That's in southwest Allen County. Tree onto a car. And I'm not sure if this is just the actual relayed report or if this is a second report, but a person trapped in a car in Whitley County from a tree being down. Also at I-69 and mile marker 302, 1 to 2 inch diameter trees are blocking the interstate. So it looks like some limbs are down there kind of blocking the road. And that's interesting because I'm not sure where mile marker 302 is. Let's go back to this morning though real quick. Also hearing a comment from Monroeville that you guys are just getting hit extremely hard. And we were looking at the radar, and I completely second that. And now we're starting to see a new inflow notch starting to develop there just to the south of Monroeville. Let's go back over to velocity, and unfortunately, there's rotation there. But the good news, if there is one piece of good news, is that the velocity signatures do not look nearly as impressive. However, we're looking further away from the radar, so depending on where at in the atmosphere those winds are, if there's not a ton of wind in the upper levels, we're not going to see that on radar, whereas we were seeing the really strong readings about 10 to 15 minutes ago on the south side of Fort Wayne. So we continue to see just dangerous weather out there tonight, and again, that severe thunderstorm goes all the way down to Salina. They are going to continue destructive tag for Allen, Adams, Wells, and Van Wert counties until 11:15. So about another 20 minutes on this. They're going to continue that destructive tag. And so, Mike, I'll be curious to see if this storm is going to cycle. And maybe we see something else happen. It's by itself for the most part, but that is definitely not looking very good.
No, and we saw that cycling earlier today with the first complex that came through southern Ohio. Spots like Hillsboro and even Chillicothe come to mind, where we're starting to see that wind move out ahead of the rain and then tighten back up again and cause a ton of problems in southeastern Ohio and a good portion of West Virginia, as we know, because we have a lot of power outages in West Virginia. This could be that same situation. Storms cycle, and that's true of a tornadic storm. That's true of a straight line wind storm. Still a lot of energy in the atmosphere here. Let me see what I got here. Not a lot of surface-based instability where we had that first line, but anywhere in between, basically Lake Erie and Columbus, is going to be that pathway that's really just going to roll these storms through. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Columbus did, in a couple hours or maybe less than that, have to deal with this, because we got rain and thunder, but we never had some of the strongest stuff here in the city. So I wouldn't be surprised maybe if we still had to deal with that as well here in central Ohio. So that's why I think the Storm Prediction Center opted to put Columbus in the watch. I think that's why they opted to put spots like Belle Fountain, Delaware, Mansfield, Marion, Mount Gilead in the watch, because it's not far from you guys. And we do have to monitor it as we move downstream back into West Virginia again, which, the atmosphere might be turned over a little bit, but we there's still energy. There's still the low-level jet at night that can funnel in some energy for these. So
yeah. Also, real quick, AEP Ohio. Owen just sent me this, and by the way, Owen says he's not able to join right now. They are just getting blasted with power outages and lines down everywhere in Sandusky County. But he currently says that AEP Power is in quote storm mode, and they are not going to give any restoration times to anybody right now. That is the latest from AEP Power. There's a lot of analyzing that still has to be done, and obviously we have a second round of storms to contend with. A new severe thunderstorm warning tag considerable for Crawford, Marion, Morrow, and Wyandotte until midnight tonight. Winds up to 70 miles an hour, and again, so that will now be approaching the Mansfield area very shortly. Shelby, Mansfield, even close to Ashland, Loudonville, through Marion, back into Hardin County. I'm surprised Hardin County is not under a warning just yet. That may change in time. Okay, oh my goodness, how about this, guys? 98 miles an hour reported at the Fort Wayne International Airport.
Oh, my word.
98.
Will that have to be verified, or?
No, that is the ASOS station. That is the report that the Weather Service just submitted. 98 miles an hour at 10:45 p.m. just 10 minutes ago in Fort Wayne. Holy, wow, that is crazy. Wow. So those of you now in Van Wert County, Mercer County, Decatur, Western Always County, you now know what's coming. Okay, now granted the storm does not appear as strong as it was back then, but 98 miles an hour. The last time they had a gust of that magnitude was 2012. I'll just throw that out there.
Yeah, the big one.
Yep. I'm just going to get this. I'm just posting this out there too. So.
I want to. Yeah.
John, are you hearing of anything from anybody in Fort Wayne?
No, not at this time, Nick. I keep looking at different things here, but that's mind blowing. But I'm telling you, that's why they issue those destructive tags, and That's why, we were begging you to, take this thing seriously. Folks, it don't matter if that wind is in a straight line or if it's rotating. That's going to do significant damage. If you're downwind of this, I know we haven't mentioned it much. If you're in a mobile home, I would encourage you to leave. I would encourage you to maybe go to a gas station, a grocery store. If you've got a friend with a site-built home, I would encourage you to get out of your mobile home. That is going to be a very rough ride. I even told my wife, who at one point was in this warning, to leave.
Yeah.
So, I do that with my own family, Nick, as you well know.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
also, getting some reports from my mom in Fort Wayne. I have a brother of mine who is working at the Walmart on the south side of Fort Wayne. He said that there were carts flying around in the parking lot and just hitting multiple vehicles. So that is not good. Again, that is what is coming now for those of you in Van Wert County. It is still tag destructive. Granted, again, velocity is not as intense. Mike, what I am concerned about is that this may go from a single cell type thunderstorm, a supercell type storm, and we may start to see this bow out as it moves down US 33.
Yeah, I think US 33 is what it's going to follow, and I think that's exactly what's going to happen. I think that gap between Lima and Van Wert is probably going to close up because we're tapping into a lot of surface instability here. Those of us who are with us this morning, typically we have a measurement of CAPE. It's called joules per kilogram in technical terms. That's not important. What important is we have a scale about 0 to 6,000 per se. 6,000 is extreme. It's rare to get it that high, is once or twice in a decade. We have exceeded that and gone to about 7,000 a couple times today. And we are still seeing upwards of 2,000, maybe even 3,000 along where this system is following. So it's chewing up energy and just staying alive and then congealing all together. And this is reminiscent of 2012. I don't like to necessarily recall past events because they're all different. But yeah, I mean, 98 miles per hour, we didn't even see that in 2012. This is more than that. So this is a serious situation. A lot of power outages. And unfortunately, like 2012, it's coupled with an extreme heat wave as well, which, of course, there's so much energy out there. The atmosphere is just trying to release it all. And I think that's also setting us up for some very high dew points over the next couple of days because there's going to be so much water and moisture and evaporation left behind. Yeah. And then that could set us up for another bumpy Thursday.
It could. Some further updates now, just some other reports coming in. Multiple trees down Bluffton Road, Ferguson Road partially blocked by an 8-inch tree. I know right where that's at. That's not far from the Fort Wayne Airport. Also, looks like portions of Airport Road, you're seeing some trees down as well. And this is just kind of, again, the beginning. But, again, if you're just now joining us, meteorologist Mike Joyce, forecaster John Tinney, forecaster Owen Fritz, and forecaster Nick Dunn, just in a few minutes ago at 10:45, a 98-mile-per-hour wind gust was just reported in Fort Wayne, Indiana. There's just countless reports of damage. There are also now numerous reports of power lines down all throughout Henry County, the city of Napoleon. There are just numerous power outages everywhere based on the reports that we're getting from there. Looking over on the Cleveland side, a 66-mile-per-hour wind gust just measured at 10:36 in Findlay, so that's not surprising at all. Reports of power lines down throughout most of Seneca County, Fostoria, and Tiffin as well. So we're still seeing these reports. And, Mike, this is why we stay live when we're having this kind of significant damage, and obviously folks need to have multiple ways to get information like this, because if power goes out, you got to have other ways to get updates, and this is why we stay live for situations like this.
Right, absolutely. We want all of you watching to be safe, and I know we have a lot of questions coming in about specific towns. I know I wish we could answer them all, but with 3,100 of you guys with us tonight, and we certainly appreciate it, but we're also here to kind of share this information, and hopefully I hope everyone stays safe, because that is the nice thing about the internet these days, is we can as long as there's cell service and battery, you can keep watching, and that's kind of one of the great things that has made storm tracking and life saving a bit better here in this part of the 21st century. That said, that speech aside, It's still a very dangerous situation for anyone in the line. And if you're even in the severe thunderstorm watch, so that's going to be the core of Ohio, including Columbus, Mansfield. Cleveland's not in it, but that does include portions to the west like Lorain, Huron, and Erie County. Erie County getting it now, but Lorain County not far away. Spots like Norwalk and Huron County, it's on top of you. And then, Richland County, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Richland County go under a warning here very shortly. I know we got a lot of folks in Mansfield. I grew up in Mansfield, so I'm very familiar with the area as well. Got a lot of friends still there, so we're watching this area very closely. Bucyrus getting it, Upper Sandusky, you're kind of starting to calm down a little bit, but Marion and Mount Gilead. In fact, we just got a new warning. Let's see where it's from. And there it is, Richland County warning. So not surprised.
No, and they only went to 60 miles per hour on that one. I'm a little shocked, honestly, because they went with a special weather statement there, and now they've went ahead and issued a warning. So it's a little confusing, obviously. But so we now have a new warning for Ashland, Erie, Huron, Lorain, Medina, Richland, and Wayne counties in northeast Ohio until midnight. And that is for this.
That's big.
Yeah, so you're going to see a pretty large polygon pop up on the screen here pretty shortly. And I think I'm maybe hearing Owen a little bit in the background. I don't know if he joined back in or not. Did he? Okay, I'm not. I guess he did.
I don't see him.
Nope, okay. Okay, there's your updated polygons. New severe thunderstorm warning as well for Paulding, Van Wert, Putnam, and Allen County. Not surprised at all by that. There's your new polygon, and I'm kind of drawing a couple things here for you on the reflectivity side. There are several spots where there's these little waves in the thunderstorm activity, and this has concern for widespread damaging winds, and that's why we're live with you, is with what we're seeing right now. We're just very concerned about the threat for damaging winds. Still continuing considerable tag for Mercer and Allglaze. IWX has issued a severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, they have now issued another destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Allen, Paulding, Putnam, Van Wert in Ohio until 11:45. So, Mike, that's... I think our concerns are coming to fruition. The storm is growing in size, I think.
Yeah, it sure is. And it's tough because right in between the three radars here... So we're starting to see, you can kind of see it still on the northern Indiana radar here, how it's really starting to close that gap here. And even spots like in, we've got Allen County here that kind of just had this first storm that's over Kenton now. And we'll even see this maybe again, another storm. So, as this congeals together and continues to move to the southeast, we're going to see a lot of people that are going to be impacted. A lot of these towns, like Bucyrus, like Mount Gilead, Mansfield. Right now, it's only northern Richland, but I wouldn't be surprised if spots like Lexington and Belleville and Ontario eventually get put under a warning. And I'm getting more warnings coming in right now. Let's see if that's just a backlog or if that's something completely new.
Yeah, I think it's just an update to the warning. So real quick, guys,
Okay.
while we are here with you, now all of downtown Van Wert is in a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. That is very concerning. We are seeing very high winds continuing, and that's continuing to move southeast. And I don't see that changing anytime soon. There's just a lot of very strong winds. This storm is by itself. And Mike, it's now been tagged destructive for over an hour.
Yeah, so that's 80 mile. That's at least 80 mile per hour gusts. Again, this had a history of a measured 98 mile per hour gust. That's not a radar estimate. That is a measured 98 mile per hour gust after Fort Wayne Airport. This is the same storm. Hasn't shown signs of weakening. The only thing I've seen change is the inflow notch and rotation potential has decreased. But ignore that for now, because really it's this damaging straight line wind that is going to be a major problem and is going to potentially cause tornado-like damage. It's all going to come in one direction, but it's going to be more widespread. A lot of power outages with this. Not good. Let's see. Just look at a couple things here. Okay. So right along Route 30, that's going to be causing a lot of trouble through Van Wert County. Back in Fort Wayne, things are at least lightening up, but still probably a lot of lightning and heavy rain just to the southeast. And then, so this is going to clip Lima's next, not far away. I do want to get a forward speed on this, 35. So it's not moving as fast as some of the other storms have today, but I think eventually once it congeals all together, this thing's going to take off and dive south quickly. So yeah, if you're in Grand Lake St. Mary's, Salina, you're going to be wanting to watch for the northern fringe of this storm. And just to compare, that 98 mile per hour gust in Fort Wayne is within EF1 tornado range. So again, when you get tornado damage, we're starting to think that in some instances with some of these storms. And I say that not from a technical meteorological standpoint. I say that from a saving lives standpoint. Treat it as that. Be in your safe spot like you would a tornado. The power could very well go out. If you have battery backups for phones, that would be fantastic. If you have a generator, you might be putting it into use, especially as we move into these very hot days coming up. Hopefully, and I know our crews are going to be working hard to get power back on, but we have to be patient with them too, because like said earlier, AEP can't do anything right now while they're in storm mode, or a lot of the power companies that are responsible for this, Ohio Edison, Duke Energy down near Cincinnati, still trying to track this, and so they can either keep crews where they need to be, move crews, and all that sort of thing. So it's a tricky situation. It's a very delicate game as we navigate through a very widespread severe weather event. And yeah, now Van Wert is really where we're concerned about the most, I would say, at the moment, just because this is the storm that has had the history, and the radar is really showing it. Gotta be pixels. Yeah, I'm getting pixels up to 70. I mean, we're starting to get a little bit from the radar here, but we all know it's getting transferred to the surface just because of some spotter reports, what we saw back in Fort Wayne, and just generally the environment it's heading into is very favorable for this to hold on. Actually, it looks like right now the Fort Wayne ASOS or reporting station might not even be up, because it's reporting 21 degrees with a 21 degree dew point.
Yeah, I would.
I mean, it might have gotten taken down.
Yeah, and when you're looking at measuring winds there of as high as you are, I'm not surprised. Also, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds just reported just to the north of Wilshire. Estimated 70 mile per hour winds there. We're also looking at Winchester Road. There are 6 inches of water across the road. That's in southwest portions of Fort Wayne. Several trees up to 1 foot in diameter have also been uprooted. So we're watching this very closely. And there's also some updates coming in out of Steuben County. Multiple trees have been uprooted throughout the county. They will do some further investigation in the morning when they can send up some drone footage to try to get an update on that. Obviously, this is a really dangerous situation, still evolving tonight, and we are still watching these storms very closely. So we are now approaching the 11 o'clock hour. In fact, we are just after the 11 o'clock hour now. I kind of lost track of time. Didn't realize what time it was. Let's head over to Northeast Ohio real quick. Mike, I will say some of these storms here coming into Richland and Ashland County appear to be weakening just a touch. But again, we saw this earlier today, where things kind of weakened, and then all of a sudden, boom, it popped right back up again and got intense. So we should definitely not let our guards down yet tonight across Northeast Ohio, Mansfield, Worcester, over to Akron, Canton, and maybe even as far southeast as New Philadelphia and Steubenville as well.
Yeah, and I'm seeing what you mentioned that it's weakening, and it is, but some spots that I would be seeing some of the highest wind out of this line right now would be between Shelby and Crestline. So that's going to be along State Route 96, State Route 314 that runs between Shelby, Ontario, and then down toward the Clear Fork Reservoir in Lexington. Those are going to be spots that I would really be watching out for some gusty wind right now. So again, Crestline, Shelby, Ontario. I wouldn't be surprised if southern Richland County gets a warning, maybe a regular severe thunderstorm warning, but it looks like that's an intense spot. Again, it's tricky because of how far away from the radar it is. Sometimes in that region we can see off of the Columbus terminal Doppler.
Hey, Mike, real quick, they did go ahead and upgrade the warning for portions of northern Richland, northern Ashland, Medina, and Lorain and Wayne counties to considerable for 70 miles per hour. So they have upped that back again. And they did that only about 2 minutes after they issued the warning. So that's a little confusing, but nevertheless they did upgrade it to now being considerable. So we're back to seeing that 60 to 70 mile per hour wind potential from as far south as even the northern portions of Union County. Now we're starting to see some of that as well, up through Marion, Bucyrus, Shelby, portions of Huron County, moving to southeastern portions of even Erie County and then southern Lorain County, starting to see some of that as well. So I'm still on the northern Indiana radar because I'm still also wanting to give everybody a good projection and a good look at what's going on here across Van Wert. You guys are getting just absolutely clobbered right now. There's probably even a little bit of hail with this. You see the purples. This could really just be a lot of wind potentially in the atmosphere. John, have you gotten any other reports out of anywhere in Fort Wayne? I think you're still with us here.
I am still with you. No, I do not have anything at this point, Nick. But clearly, I mean, a very dangerous storm that has clearly done a ton of damage. I keep getting questions about Churubusco. Do you guys? I haven't seen anything come across from Churubusco.
It's been a while since any updates have come from there. I know that there were some trees down in Churubusco,
right?
And I think there was even a tree on a house, I believe.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if the person trapped in a car was Churubusco.
I said I have to assume there's damage because we've gotten so many reports.
Okay, new severe thunderstorm warning now. Delaware, Hardin, Logan, and Union for 70 mile per hour winds. Also another new severe thunderstorm warning. Ashland, Knox, Morrow, and Richland until midnight. 70 mile per hour winds. So another.
I figured they would put southern Richland and Knox and Morrow in. Yeah.
Yeah. So and guys, Mike, I hate to say it, but I don't think we're anywhere near done yet covering this tonight at all.
In fact, I might even take a pause here briefly. I told you, I need to move my van. I haven't done it yet, so I think I'm going to go do that. I will be right back. I'm just going to mute real quick, and then I'll be back to join you in just a second. Okay?
That's fine. John and I will kind of take things from here. So, John, we continue to see, and John, it's worth noting, even if velocity doesn't look that impressive, we don't need velocity to tell us what's going on. There are just so many reports this evening. Damage, power outages, flooding. If you're under a warning, you got to take it seriously tonight.
Yeah, I mean, as we've been saying, if you're in the path of these storms tonight, you need to treat them like you're under a tornado warning, really, Nick. And I need to remind folks, maybe we don't say this enough. Where do you go for a tornado or high wind event like this? We're talking center room, lowest floor,
Absolutely.
Away from windows.
Yep.
Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And if you've got a basement, get down there as well. In cases where you've got flying debris like we've had many times tonight, Nick, protecting the head and neck is important as well. So if you've got like a bicycle helmet or something like that, go ahead and put that on your head, especially if you have kids. But I would definitely treat this with the utmost seriousness. If you are in the path of these warnings, again, it is quite rare to see multiple storms tagged destructive for the wind, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. Some other reports just coming in now. Multiple trees 8 inches in diameter blocking West Maple Lane 1 mile north of US 24. I believe that's in Allen County. Also, an off-duty National Weather Service employee in Whitley County reported sighting in his yard, and he's not sure where it's from. So that's concerning. Also,
That's not good.
Yeah. Also, a healthy 2-foot diameter oak tree has been snapped off about 20 feet above the ground near Yoder in southern Allen County. Also, report now from Rick McCoy, the EMA in Van Wert County. Multiple trees are down in the community of Wren in southwestern Van Wert County. I'm not surprised by that whatsoever. Again, we are in for what appears to be a very long night of severe weather coverage here across the Belpark Weather Network. John, I know we're still live on your page. I don't have a way to end it once it clears you, so your folks may kind of be stuck watching this for a little bit.
That's perfectly fine, Nick. You guys do what you need to do. Again, I appreciate you guys covering for me. I had to come home to Alabama for a family emergency, so I just appreciate you guys being willing to fill in for me.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're continuing to monitor things very closely right now. We have an unbroken line of severe thunderstorm warnings from essentially Sandusky all the way back to near Marysville. And then obviously we still have our dangerous supercell thunderstorm that is just caused an immense amount of damage. The number of reports could potentially get into the hundreds of reports just out of this one storm. It originated in northwestern Whitley County near the North Webster, Indiana Weather Service office, and has traveled pretty close to the US 33 corridor tonight. And that's, again, very familiar to some other storms in the past. We've seen this happen, and as Mike said, obviously that happened in 2012. It's a very sensitive subject for a lot of folks. But we're also seeing this bowing structure of thunderstorms across north-central Ohio. Okay, this just in out of Whitley County. A 3-foot diameter mature oak tree has fallen into a shed in Whitley County at 10:33. So we're going to continue to see just wicked damage reports out of that storm tonight. Let's go back to northeast Ohio real quick. I know we've not shown velocity a whole lot tonight. Velocity, I don't know that that's really important at this time. The biggest thing that I wanted to show you is just where the storms are now. So Mansfield, what am I about to get? Well, you're about to get hit with some very strong winds and very heavy rain for a short time. Ashland, same concept for you as well. Southern Lorain County, Wellington, you're about to get it as well. And one other thing, look at these little waves in the radar. Okay, you see these little waves, these little kinks, these little appendages. Each of those could be an enhanced corridor of damaging winds on the order of 60 to 75 miles per hour anywhere along this line. This is a really dangerous situation that you should not be taking lightly. We work a little further to the south here, working to northwestern Morrow County. We're kind of seeing the same concept, and now we're starting to see the cell back build a little bit back into Hardin County around Kenton towards Indian Lake. Again, any one of these spots could produce an enhanced pocket of damaging winds, again, up to hurricane force this evening. So we'll continue to monitor that. So let's go back to our storm in Van Wert County. We are continuing to monitor this. John, I will say that storm shows signs of hail, but I have yet to really see any reports of hail out of that storm.
Yeah, I was looking at that. Some of the reflectivity values being maxed out, Nick.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've yet to hear of any reports of hail, and it could be that it's just all kind of blurred in there with such strong damaging winds that people may not have even realized it was hailing.
Yeah, and that very well could be too, or that there's just so much wind and rain being driven down as well that
right.
The reflectivity values are enhanced. So there's that potential there.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm wondering because, at that point, everything probably would have been blowing sideways, and it would have been hard to tell exactly what all was falling.
Yeah, we also have, just looking at a couple different things here.
I do want to mention that
ahead.
All of northern Indiana, the northern Indiana counties are clear.
Yes.
Severe weather threat has ended for you. The severe watches should be dropped very soon. This is strictly a northwest Ohio and points south and east problem. So if you're watching us in northern Indiana, go to bed. You've got the all clear. Our thoughts and prayers are with everybody that's been affected with just, Nick, what I assume daylight's going to show an incredible amount of damage.
Yeah, I'm definitely very concerned about what the light of day is going to show us tomorrow, particularly in Whitley, Noble, Allen, and Adams and Van Wert counties. And, of course, that we're going to add to that list as we continue to move along here in time.
But I kept getting questions about, northern Indiana towns, so I did want to address that. The severe weather threat is over for Indiana.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that 100%. Zach is also telling me, and he's still in Wood County, that these storms are well past him, but there's still a ton of lightning. Folks, there's a lot of energy for these storms still to work with, and it is still entirely possible that the supercell storm in Van Wert and Mercer County will eventually congeal with this bowing segment across central, or really north central and into northeastern Ohio. It is still possible that these congeal into one bowing segment and, as Mike said a little earlier, dive down to the south. So a lot to still be watching out for here this evening. Current time's 11:20. We've been on the air here with you now for almost 3 hours consecutively as this round 2 has been impacting the area. I'm still seeing some reports coming in from round 1 down in southeast Ohio as well. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, another destructive severe thunderstorm warning now for Allen and Putnam counties to include the city of Lima. That is a densely populated community, and John, I think this is a very good move by the Weather Service to continue tagging this destructive based on the history of what we're seeing.
I applaud what they're doing. The messaging is clear. Get to shelter now.
Yep.
If you are in the path of this, we're talking 75, 80 mile an hour plus winds. I stress again, if you're in a mobile home, please, if you can get to an alternate source of shelter, do so. Otherwise, center part of your house, and I'm just going to warn you, it's going to be a bumpy ride.
Yes, it
you
is.
may lose your windows. You may lose part of your roof. Go ahead, get the kids up out of bed, get them to the center part. A bathroom is a good place to be, and protect their head and neck. That's why these type of warnings are issued. Treat them just like you would a tornado warning, and just hunker down and get. Thankfully, the storms are moving, at a pretty decent speed. So, 5-6 minutes, the worst of it should be over.
Yeah. Also, John, for what it's worth, storm chaser Brandon Kopic is in Cherubusco, so he has not moved for a while. So I assume he's got some good damage. We'll see what he gets, and I'm sure we'll be hearing about it.
Would if he hadn't moved in a while, that would indicate something has probably happened there.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, if you're just now tuning in, a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning with winds up to 80 miles per hour has been issued for virtually all of Allen County, including Ohio, that is, including the city of Lima. This is a very densely populated area. There's a lot of refineries and factories out here as well. So that is very, very concerning. Obviously, that's going to be moving in through a lot of area where there's a lot of buildings and infrastructure, also a lot of residential areas. So we need you to move indoors now, get below ground now. The storm has a long-lived history, rather, of seeing winds between 70 and 100 miles per hour. Again, it wasn't even an hour ago that we had a gust of 98 miles per hour.
Yeah, I was just going to go back to that. I'm talking about, we have a non-discreditable report. I mean, this is a proven report of a 98 mile per hour wind gust at Fort Wayne International. So that tells you kind of an idea of what's coming at you. 75 to 85, 90 mile an hour winds. You do not. That is going to be a bumpy ride if you experience those type of winds.
Yes, absolutely. Let's take you into Mansfield real quick. The Weather Service in Cleveland has went ahead and opted to increase the hail size to $half size for Mansfield, Mount Gilead, and that's for the same warning that drops down to Mount Vernon, Danville, and Loudonville. So there's a couple state parks up here as well. If you're traveling up I-71 out of Columbus, I would just take a stop in Delaware County and let this line pass through. It's going to take some time here this evening before we get this to completely clear the area. So this is a very dangerous situation that you need to be moving indoors right now. I'm actually going to share this around real quick to our Richland County friends. They are our number one audience across all of the Belpark Weather Network. Actually, most of our people are in Richland County, so I know that as soon as we start to know if there's anything going on up there, we are going to hear about it, and we're going to hear about it very quickly, I reckon. So we'll watch that very closely. But again, we still have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, and also now a new severe thunderstorm warning for Hardin, Allglaze, Shelby, and Logan counties. For destructive, it is tagged up to 70 miles per hour. So Wilmington's taking the lower approach for now, and I think that's okay as well, because whether it's 70 miles per hour or 80 miles per hour, John, 10 miles an hour, while obviously you get 80 and above, you start to get worse. 70 to 80, you're going to find pretty similar damage across the board.
Oh, absolutely. So, yeah, I mean, again, we stress that, if you're in one of these thunderstorm warnings that are tagged destructive or even considerable, you really have to pay attention to these things and get to shelter immediately.
Yeah, this again, not something that you want to play around with, folks. This is the real deal, and unfortunately, we are seeing this travel across multiple densely populated areas here this evening, and it's really not worth taking. It's not worth taking your risk to go out there and storm spot. This is not a storm that I would go out there and chase. This is not a storm that I would go out and spot. It's dark, even if it was daytime. I'm sorry, but you will not find me out chasing or spotting this whatsoever. I'll stay hunkered down inside in the confines of my own home. So that's the way things currently stand now. I see Mike is still probably taking care of a couple of his things. I will have to take a brief pause in a little while as well, and probably rearrange some of my vehicles and some of my trash cans, probably get them moved in. I honestly still didn't bring anything out, or anything back out from last week, so it must have found a nice new home in the garage. So, with that said, right now, folks, we still have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings across northeastern Ohio, southwestern Lorain County, southwestern Medina County, northwestern Wayne County, northern Ashland, southeastern Huron, far southeastern Erie, and northern Richland County. Penny-sized hail winds to 70 miles per hour through midnight. Down to the south, the city of Mansfield, southern Ashland County, all of Knox County, all of Morrow County, and southern Richland County. $half size hail, winds to 70 miles per hour. That warning goes through midnight. Severe thunderstorm warning for all of Delaware, the northeastern half of Union County, northeastern Logan County, southeastern Hardin County, until, let me do my math, it's going to be until 12:15 a.m. for winds up to 70 miles per hour and penny-sized hail. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning, Allen and Van Wert counties in west central Ohio. That goes until midnight, getting my times mixed up here, till midnight. Winds up to 80 miles an hour. 70 mile per hour winds, as we said, for southwestern Hardin, northwestern Logan, northern half of Shelby, and eastern half of Allglaze. Western half of Allglaze and most of Mercer County, severe thunderstorm warning till 11:45 for winds up to 70 miles per hour. And last but not least, severe thunderstorm warning for Van Wert, southwestern Putnam, and northwestern Allen counties in Ohio until 11:45 for winds up to 80 miles an hour. Woo, that's a lot of warnings that we are dealing with here tonight.
Yeah, I'm back, by the way.
Yeah, so I just went through all those warnings. And, ooh.
Yeah, I can take over for a bit if you want. I mean,
yeah, well, I'll tell you what, I need to go move, at least try to find a way to get one of my cars in the garage and get my trash cans moved indoors. So, Mike, I'm going to let you take it over. I'm just going to leave the radar up, and you guys can just chat away with what you're seeing. Trying to find the best vantage point. There really isn't one, I guess. So
yeah, that's pretty good from what I can see.
Yeah, I'm kind of bouncing around. We'll leave it on Cleveland for the time being. So I'll leave the radar here, and give me about 5-10 minutes, and I will be right back. I'll let you guys chat it up here.
No problem. Meteorologist Mike Joyce here, along with forecaster John Tinney. We are taking a look at some of the very intense storms that are moving through, and one spot in particular that I'm very familiar with is the north central Ohio area, including Mansfield. So right now we're seeing some very damaging wind potential stretching all the way from north of Ashland all the way down 42 and 71 into Morrow County. Some areas in particular that I'm concerned about between Ashland and Mansfield. So this is going to be the Mifflin and Madison Township area. So along US 42 and State Route 603, that includes the Charles Mill Lake and anywhere along US 30. US 30 has been in particular a focus point for these storms today, stretching all the way back to South Bend, Indiana, where it all started, and then now here rolling through the Mansfield and Ashland area. Down toward Lexington, I expect high wind in Lexington, now pretty much going to be moving through Belleville and Butler very soon. Loudonville, that's going to be the Mohican State Park down there. So if you know anyone who's camping during the week at Mohican State Park, please find a way to let them know, wake them up, and get them out of the woods, because I've been camping in Mohican before during a severe thunderstorm, and it's not fun. I will tell you that. It is dangerous and not good. But then we stretch on down into Morrow County, where we also have some high wind. This is pretty much all of Morrow County, at least east of I-71. So Marengo, Bennington Township, Chesterville, Sparta, Cardington, State Route 314 again. We were just talking about that before I left to go move my car. But that's stretches from Shelby to Sparta in Morrow County. So those are all areas that we really need to worry about with this cluster of storms right now. But also Delaware County is in a severe thunderstorm warning because this line is heading your way. And then let me take a look. Let me switch to the Wilmington radar. So yeah, it's hard. Marion, Morrow, and Delaware County are a little tough because they're far from the radar, but we are basing this on what we see from the radar anyway, and the history of these storms. And speaking of storm history, John, I know we can kind of confirm what has gone through Fort Wayne, and that is marching its way through Allen eastern Mercer and most of Auglaize County right now. So Wapakoneta is really going to get this. St. Mary's.
Yeah, I was going to say Wapakoneta down through like New Knoxville, Jackson Center, Russell's Point. If you're in the path of this storm, again, I believe they continue to tag it destructive. Again, we stress treat it like a tornado warning. Center room, lowest floor, away from windows. And again, if you're in a mobile home, I would not stay in it, but if you choose to do so, it's going to be a bumpy ride. You may lose windows, you may lose part of your roof. And consider that, if you have any trees near your home that might fall on your home, if you don't feel safe, I'd leave.
Right. Absolutely. And that's true of straight line wind events. We think of, a lot of folks think of mobile homes being a dangerous spot during a tornado. Well, they are also very dangerous during a damaging wind event. And just looking at the map here that we have on the screen, I mean, that's a good chunk of the Buckeye State that's under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. Especially that storm going through Wapakoneta right now. That's the same one that had that 98 mile per hour gust in Fort Wayne.
And Mike, it continues to just look very robust. I mean, right. So, and the lightning output too, Mike, is that's impressive.
And we now have a new yes, and now we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. And I do believe that, this is for a different storm, but it's also still in the same trajectory as this one for northern Franklin and now Licking County. Until 12:30. So we've got an hour on this one. It's moving southeast at 60 miles per hour. Wow, John, these have really picked up in speed.
Well, we thought they would.
Yeah.
As they begin to merge together, and a lot of times too, Mike, when you see that dramatic forward increase in speed, that's a good sign that wind energy is indeed reaching the ground.
Yeah. For sure. Yeah. And now I'm seeing it on all three radars that give us coverage here in northern and central Ohio. But yeah, for that new Franklin and Licking County storm, that's what's going to be coming out of Delaware County here.
Down towards Newark and Utica. Is that how you pronounce that?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the Columbus. Okay, yeah. So I think the Weather Service is basing this on what the Columbus Terminal Doppler is saying.
I'm looking from Wilmington, and it still looks impressive from Wilmington. So
it sure does. Yeah, and it looks like we're getting some hail out of this, and right on top of Cardington. Well, not Cardington. I'm sorry, Marengo in Bennington Township. That's in far southern Morrow County.
All right, guys, I am back with you. Real quick, I wanted to update you. They've upgraded the severe thunderstorm warning for, I don't know if you guys have already mentioned this, for Hardin, Logan, Auglaize, Shelby to destructive with 80 mile per hour winds for the Indian Lake area.
Yes. Oh, yes. 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 We got Wapak, but yeah, for Indian Lake, that's a new update there for us there. So that's yikes. That's not good. There's a lot of folks that are in mobile camping devices, and a lot of people spend the summer there.
They do.
That's just not a good situation at all.
No, it's not. New warning for Holmes, Medina, Stark, Summit, and Wayne until 12:45 as well.
Wow.
70 mile per hour winds.
Oh my.
Yeah.
You hope folks really take these warnings seriously. You hope, having multiple ways of getting warnings, your phone, a weather radio. When you're camping like that, my goodness, that is so important. Making sure you can get these alerts. There have been some notable tragedies, in campgrounds over the years, and so you really hope folks are taking these warnings seriously.
Yeah, absolutely. So real quick, I'm just kind of gathering my bearings here on just a couple of things, kind of looking at some of the newest warnings. Mike, I see I've got one now for the Newark area, all of Licking County. That's going way down the line here. So the Weather Service remaining very confident. And Mike, I have to wonder, I'm sitting at 71 here at my house, and I know we had some rain earlier, but it just feels it feels very soupy outside.
Yeah.
Still.
I know.
I've not looked at the instability parameters down here in Central Ohio per se, but I'm still concerned about the potential for severe weather here, and I think you would agree.
Yeah, surface-based south of Columbus is pretty low just because of the earlier system, but we still have a lot of instability in the mid-levels. So I do believe some of that it might be getting transferred down a lot of what I should say is with the wind that comes with it. So a lot of those cold pools that have developed with these storms are really keeping it going. Plus, we just have so much humidity to run with, and probably a pretty decent lower level jet too. That's kind of fueling these despite the lack of some surface instability here. And I'm trying to see if we can't get a good look at the low-level jet here. Yeah, there's a lot of moisture convergence still.
I guess might have some rotation right over the Botkins area there.
Oh, okay.
Just south and east of St. Mary's. If it's not rotating, I mean, definitely some very strong winds.
Yeah, I see what you mean. It's hard. Yeah, it's hard. Well, are you taking a look at the Dayton radar?
I am on Wilmington, Mike.
No. Okay. Yeah. Well, I will say, yeah. So, like, near Watkins.
New Knoxville, just southwest of Wappa.
Yeah. Yeah, I see Dayton radar shows a couple pixels that indicate that near New Bremen a little bit.
Yes, from my vantage point, we just northeast of New Bremen.
Yeah, okay. We're going to have to keep an eye on that. And that would be, looking at reflectivity, that would be the spot it would develop.
Right.
So, okay, just like the Fort Wayne, because it's the same storm, just like that one, we've really got to take a look at. We've really got, or what I mean by that is keep an eye on it. Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. Real quick, I'll let you guys talk for just a minute. I'm going to communicate with Ken here and see if he would like his page to go ahead and get recross-posted and re-added in, since this is going to be approaching Muskingum County here in the next little bit, and kind of get some contingency plans in place. I know that John is in Alabama and obviously not able to do a whole lot of live stream, so he'll talk with us. I know Owen is busy. Mike, you and us are both not far from each other. Obviously, you're on a little bit of a different power grid probably than I am, but I know I normally don't talk about this kind of stuff on air for our contingency plans, but I would probably have you as the backup stream if for some reason I lose power here, just as a heads up for you.
Yeah, I can do that. I'm ready to go for that too, so I just got to pop perfect. It on. Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to chat with Ken here for just a couple minutes, and I'll let you guys go back to it. Looks like that warning for Canton and Millersburg and Worcester is still for 70-mile-per-hour winds, so they are not letting up off of that being the minimum wind this evening, Mike. That's just impressive.
Absolutely. Wow, we're getting a lot of reports of power out in Mansfield. Somebody says it's so scary right now in Mansfield. Somebody said there was a power line at the Planet Fitness in Ontario. Okay, so that's going to put a lot of people down, because I know there's a lot of high voltage lines out by the OSU Mansfield campus. So if one of those came down, then you're going to get a lot of people without power up that way. Because I believe Richland, Ashland, and Crawford are split between the north side is First Energy and the south side's AEP. So you're going to get two different power companies are going to have to fix all that stuff. So
yeah, hey, real quick, couple reports out of Indiana, and this is something that folks need to kind of take seriously now. The emergency manager of Van Wert County is saying they have multiple structure fires due to just lightning strikes in Van Wert County, and the word there being multiple.
We were just talking about the insane amount of lightning.
Yes, also
with these storms.
Yeah, semi blowing over on US 127 at State Road 81. That's going to be just north of 33 and 127 where the truck stop is. You take 81, that takes you in towards Ohio City there a little bit. 2-foot tree is down on a house with a person trapped inside now in Fort Wayne in the Bella Vista area. Also, the entire city of Cherubusco, 100% no power. That's probably why Brandon Kopic is still there at this point in time.
Yeah, they're black.
Yeah, they are totally blacked out in Cherubusco right now, according to W9SA, amateur radio operator out of Cherubusco. Multiple trees down in the village of Poe, down Winchester Road, and also south of Poe. I'm very familiar with that area. That is a very small community, so again, we could see power completely out there as well. 10 to 12 inch diameter tree blocking a Boyd Center near Hamilton Road in southwestern Allen County. And again, I don't know what the television station coverage is like right now in Fort Wayne, but obviously obviously that went right through the heart.
I don't think there's a soul on the air.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there is. So, and this is again, and even after these storms pass, depending on our situation, we may stay live just to kind of give you some updated reports and what's going on and where to avoid and etc. This is why we stay live for situations such as what we are seeing here this evening. So those are just some updated reports for you. Also, the Ohio Allen County EMA director telling us that there are multiple reports of trees and power lines down throughout the entire county. So we're watching that as well. LaPorte County, Indiana, some delayed reports coming in of trees down in the center of town. Not surprising. There was a supercell that moved through that area, I believe, as well, just a little earlier ago. 10-inch tree down across power lines near Homestead High School. That's in northwestern Allen County. Also, let's see. Okay, so the report earlier of a 32-inch diameter tree or a 34-inch diameter tree into a shed was actually corrected. They forgot the hyphen, so 3 to 4-inch diameter tree into a shed, not 34 inches. And so obviously typos like that happen every once in a while. So that's the update on that. Moving over to Wilmington real quick. Weather Service is saying that T-Day is showing the strongest core of the winds over all Glace County. This will move into southeast into northern Shelby County. These storms are racing southeast at 50 to 60 miles per hour. Mike, now that we're seeing that forward momentum starting to speed up, I definitely think this is going to sustain itself. And those of us in the Columbus metropolitan area need to start growing some concern about that storm up there in Wapakoneta right now. It is just going bananas.
That's what I...
okay, tornado warning, gentlemen. Tornado warning for Ashland. Yep, Ashland, Holmes, and Knox.
I saw it. Yeah, so that's Mohican State Park.
Oh my goodness, yes. Wow, look at that, right just to the south of Loudonville, folks. All right, so this is now a tornado warning for southern Ashland County. This is what I feared. Nighttime tornado. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight-line wind damage was located near Loudonville, or 16 miles west of Millersburg, and moving to the southeast at 55 miles per hour. So we also may see Coshocton County picked up from the Weather Service in Pittsburgh here very shortly on this. So we'll see what they like to do. An updated mesoscale discussion has been issued for our watch as well. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a separate mesoscale for some of these individual storms here shortly. So you're going to see that tornado warning polygon pop up on the screen here momentarily. So we're going to have to focus over to this for just at least a few minutes. Mike, that's a very strong inflow notch on the leading edge of that line. It's almost like an embedded supercell at this point.
It's kind of
hey guys, I'm actually going to hop off. I've got an early morning in the morning.
Absolutely.
Appreciate all the help for you guys, and I'll be checking in with you guys probably sometime tomorrow, guys.
You got it.
Absolutely. Well, hey, take care. Thanks for helping us out.
Hey, thanks, Mike. Thanks, Nick, for all you guys do. And please, everybody, stay safe. Take the warning seriously. You guys have a great night.
Awesome. Thanks, John. All right, guys, again, good evening to you. It's approaching now midnight. We have a tornado warning, radar indicated. Weather Service in Pittsburgh is only going to go severe thunderstorm warning at this time, but they do have the wind threat as observed instead of radar indicated. So a tornado warning here, and Mike, you were picking up on this, until 12:15. We're talking Mohican State Park north of Danville. That's going to be along Ohio Route 3. Also over here along Ohio Route 62 that runs up into Millersburg out of Knox County. And Mike, I'm seeing a very similar signature just to the east of Mount Vernon near Howard. I wouldn't be surprised if that one starts to wrap up too.
Yeah, no, I'm concerned about that. A lot of this stuff that stretches all the way from maybe Loudonville to Sunbury and Delaware. There's a lot of, if we turn back onto reflectivity here, we can see a lot of kinks and notches in the line. And we get that with severe gust front storms like this, where you get little notches and kinks in the line. It's got a lot of instability. That means the updrafts are working hard to keep the storm energized. And when you get that, when you have these strong updrafts, sometimes they can rotate and that's what's going on. And yeah, this pretty much includes all of Holmes County. We have a lot of Amish people, and that population in Holmes County, it's one of the biggest Amish populations in the whole world. So this is a dangerous situation for those folks who have really no way of receiving the warning. So if you know of a way to reach someone that may fall into that similar situation, I would do so. Also, I'm looking at correlation coefficient, and yeah, I would not be surprised if there's something going on there near the state park and along the Mohican River there, now starting to head into Holmes County.
Oh, yeah.
Along State Route 39 near Nashville. Nashville's like a little crossroads there, but I know it's a landmark if you're traveling from, let's say, Loudonville to Millersburg.
Yeah, and Mike, real quick, too, the Weather Service in Pittsburgh, if you zoom out on your radar, they issued a huge severe thunderstorm warning. All of Coshocton, all of Muskingum, all of Tuscarawas, western Carroll County, and northwestern Guernsey County until 12:45 a.m. for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. So that's a concern as well. And, folks, I also see that there are some other platforms that are calling us out tonight regarding this risk. Folks, I'm not going to really deal with that. Understand that this is verifying. I think this is certainly verifying. Obviously, some of these reports are a little higher than I think what we were expecting, but I think by and large this event is unfolding about as well as we could have planned it. I'm going to look at the updated power outage numbers, and Mike, we're up over 230,000 now in Ohio. Indiana, we are up over 74,000, with the bulk of those in northeast Indiana. So that pushes us up over 300,000. And in West Virginia, probably, even though there's 48,000 customers. And I want to remind everybody, Wirt County, West Virginia, 90% of the county is without power because the main line that runs from Parkersburg down to Wirt County is damaged. Multiple day event without power in Wirt County, West Virginia. So nearly 100% of the county is without power there. So we're probably pushing 350,000 customers tonight, Mike, in our coverage area without power. And I fear that number is only going to grow.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with just how widespread this is. And now that this is moving into very populated areas such as Delaware County, Licking County. And yeah, like you said earlier, we really got to watch that storm back near Wapakoneta that really has a trajectory for Columbus. And this is the same storm that produced that 98 mile per hour gust in Fort Wayne. Now, is that going to happen here in Columbus? Not necessarily, but if the same storm has the potential and still has that destructive tag on it, especially now as it moves into Indian Lake. And again, we've got a lot of folks in mobile homes and temporary trailers there. So this is a serious situation for, I would say, all of Logan County, Union, and then maybe even Champaign County is going to have to look out for that too. But I know both you and I here on the south side of Columbus have kind of anchored down our homes a little bit just in preparation, even though we're on the south side of town, still having to watch really closely for that. And it looks like you're zooming in on the tornado warning up in Holmes County.
Yeah,
now.
Real quick, I want to mention there's a report out of northeast Indiana, Kosciuszko County, right by where that storm near Fort Wayne originated. 2 large 80 to 85 foot trees downed completely.
Wow.
2 of them on East Backwater Road. No injuries were reported. That is a blessing in itself there. We don't like to hear reports of damage. So, again, right now we have this active tornado warning that continues. Radar-indicated rotation moving into southwestern portions of Holmes County. I know, guys, it is midnight. This is a really, really rough go of it. But if you are anywhere in Holmes County, and I think at this point we can probably clear Ashland and Knox County. I think this is clearly moving into Holmes County now. But if you're anywhere in, maybe in another scan we can clear Knox County, but Holmes County, anywhere in Holmes County, you need to be below ground. Millersburg, Killbuck, Glenmont, Nashville, Mount Hope, Walnut Creek, even down to Baltic and Holmesville. You need to be in a safe place immediately and move indoors. New severe thunderstorm warning now for Champaign, Hardin, Logan, Shelby, Union. They are keeping that right now as considerable, not quite going destructive just yet, but that could change based on the history of that storm in itself. So that's a look at the tornado warning that continues. And also we have a plethora of severe thunderstorm warnings even up to the north. Mike, I'm seeing a pretty destructive line coming right into Worcester. The potential there for some strong winds. There's even some strong winds on the backside coming through Ashland and West Salem on I-71 right now as well. So some really rough weather coming through northeast Ohio this evening, and also now coming into portions of central Ohio. I looked out while Mike, I was putting my trash cans and stuff away. The light show is incredible right now if you look off to the north. Here in
it
Columbus
sure is.
itself.
Yeah, because I was just out there moving my van not long ago, and yeah, I saw the same thing. It was a little distant, maybe 30 minutes ago, but now it's really picked up. And speaking of that, Ashland, northern Ashland, near Polk, West Salem, so that's Congress Township there. If you're familiar with the area, it's where the rest area is near 196 along I-71. That's about to get slammed with maybe 80-mile-per-hour wind, and that's heading straight for the north side of Worcester. Orville's the home of Smuckers. I wonder if there's any folks that are on maybe third shift there at Smuckers. That might be certainly something we need to be considering. Also, Rubbermaid in Worcester, and just a lot of Wayne County really needs to be having this heads up right now, because it's crossing 71 near the Grandpa's Cheese Barn. That's where this is right now. In Ashland County, so that concerns me a lot. That area of high wind that's heading into Wayne County on top of I-71 right now. Good news is, though, it looks like these. Well, I don't know if I want to say good news just yet. It seemed like the area that originally had some rotation in it down in Holmes County looks better, but then if you look north near Holmesville and north of Millersburg, now I'm seeing a little couplet there too. So, it's one of those situations where, maybe the same part of the line isn't always the one that produces the tornado, or the tornado potential at least. We could be seeing this in multiple spots along this very strong instability axis here, now pushing into eastern Ohio.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just looking at a couple things, Mike. I'm watching coming into Wayne County. I would not be surprised to see an additional tornado warning for a couple of reasons. Number one, south of Worcester, we've got a nice little appendage starting, and then also coming back through Ashland County, that is starting to spin. Sometimes on the backside, you can see on the reflectivity loop. Again, sometimes on the backside, you can start to see some of those bookend type vortices start to develop. So we're watching this again very closely. Again, an active tornado warning continues for another 23 minutes till 12:15 for portions of Holmes County in particular. I will say again, as Mike said, this is again another unfortunate radar dead zone for us. We don't have very good data. The terminal in Columbus is virtually, I don't even think it's worth anything. Let me see if I can get anything on Tilt 2. Well, yeah, actually, maybe a little bit. Let me see. Yeah, it's a stretch in my opinion. It's just not very good data. Let me check the one out of Cleveland. That might be too far south. Yeah, it's too far south. But I will say the
tough area, yeah.
Yeah, the terminal in Cleveland though is suggesting very strong winds coming through Jeromesville and West Salem. Okay, what do we have now? What do we have here? We have a tornado warning now for Coshocton County. Tornado warning for Coshocton.
Put them in it. Okay.
They did. They went ahead and issued a tornado warning now for Coshocton County. And folks, we understand we're going to have to bounce back to the Indian Lake region here shortly. So we'll bounce back to there in just a second. But also we have critical information. Models are showing... okay, never mind. That's something else. Okay. According to somebody in the PBZ chat, I guess there's a second round that could be developing in Michigan shortly. So, okay. Let's not worry about that. Let's get through this first. We've already had 2 rounds today. So tornado warning now until 12:15 for Coshocton County, the northern portion of the county. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornadoes and extensive straight-line wind damage were located 11 miles southeast of Danville and or 16 miles west of Coshocton, moving southeast at 50 miles per hour. So again, now, Mike, we're moving into more populated areas. New Philadelphia, Coshocton, Zanesville, Cambridge, starting to get a little bit closer. And those of you, hopefully, I've not heard back from Ken yet. I'm waiting. I thought the MOV page was still live. If not, I will re-add them here shortly. We have a severe thunderstorm warning, and you'll see that new tornado warning polygon pop up here in just a matter of minutes, I would assume, if not maybe even a little bit sooner than that. But we have a new tornado warning here, Mike. This is going to be really tough to get any kind of confirmation, whether there's a spotter or even just from radar coverage itself. It's just one of those situations, even with the severe thunderstorm warning, like you said earlier today, we need to treat this as a tornado warning and just go below ground. Oh, wow, that's a different polygon than I was expecting. That is southwestern Coshocton County. See if terminal out of Columbus provides a little bit better look at that one. Okay, I see that. Terminal Doppler in Columbus is showing at least a spike in the inflow. 70 miles per hour just to the north of West Carlisle. Not to sound confusing there with North Carlisle in Clark County, but so there's your new tornado warning. Newcastle, I'm not going to make an attempt to pronounce that one, but Tunnel Hill, West Carlisle, I guess I will, Wakatomika, down there in southwestern portions of Coshocton County. If I got that one right, let me know. I'm not sure if I got the pronunciation right. Also New Moscow, Cooperdale, and Tyrone also in the path of this. Skip a low ground, guys. That's going to be the best course of advice that I can give you here this evening. Again, tornado warning continues. Let's bounce back to the west real quick. We still have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Winds up to 80 miles per hour coming right through Indian Lake down US 33. And a new severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Hardin, most of Union. And this includes the Honda plant in Marys, just to the west of Marysville. And we know there are people working there. And I know that they probably have some very rigorous severe weather protocols. And that's moving right towards them at this point in time. So we are currently monitoring things very closely, and this is coming through portions of Logan County, also most of Champaign County, including Urbana and Mechanicsburg, back to Sidney and Shelby County under the severe thunderstorm warning, and that goes until 12:45 a.m. for the potential of winds up to 70 miles per hour. This has had a long-lived history of producing significant wind damage here this evening. And Mike, now coming into the Columbus Metro on the north side, Westerville, Dublin, north of Gahanna towards New Albany, seeing some very heavy rain and likely some gusty winds. And there's a good outflow boundary with this, and boy, that velocity data is just a mess. From the Wilmington radar. Oof, that's a mess.
It's a tough area with radar coverage. With the Columbus Airport radar not really providing us the best picture either, and now, trying to get it out of Wilmington, which is from spots like Westerville and Dublin, is about 60 miles away from that. And even Marysville, so yeah, you're probably hearing a lot of rumbles and seeing flashes at the Honda plant there along 33. But it's this storm, what's warned is what's back near Bell Fountain right now, is that same storm that produced all the destruction back in Fort Wayne still has a very, this storm just won't quit. It's one of those things where it just keeps getting fed energy, and this is what we're concerned about for the Columbus Metro. This is what may prompt another severe thunderstorm warning for a good chunk of Franklin County here within the next half hour or so, maybe sooner. At least a warning, just because a lot of it stretches back to Anna, Jackson Center. That's the home of the Airstream facility there. So I'm not sure if they've got 3 shifts running, but if they do, hopefully their contingency plan is in effect now up in Jackson Center. And then, back toward Anna and Russia, spelled Russia, but pronounced Russia, back here in, Russia's a little farther south. Fort Loramie is what I'm thinking about, that this storm stretches back to. So they're probably okay in Fort Loramie, but Bell Fountain, marching through there, West Liberty, Valley High. So Valley High is where Mad River Mountain is. Of course, it's summer, so that's not, but we do have some people living in the area. West Liberty is where the Ohio Caverns are. So a lot of these spots are really going to get slammed here by this very destructive, at one time was labeled as a destructive storm. So I believe it's still, considerable damage. Okay, so that's what we're going to be watching, tracking down 33 into Columbus over the next hour. And then beyond that, there really isn't any sign it's slowing down. I mean, one thing that might help out is it's going to eventually encounter some of the area that was turned over by storms earlier. But I don't know. I do believe we still have a lot of instability. Let's see here. Entering into West Virginia, a lot of the instability seems to tick up again. If it can find a path between Wheeling and Marietta and squeeze through that, that's kind of where I think this storm's probably going to be heading from there, and maybe impacting folks in south of Pittsburgh and maybe toward Morgantown after that. But for now, we're really looking out for Bell Fountain, Marysville, Urbana, and Dublin, anywhere in the northern Columbus metro area that includes Delaware County. I would be under the gun still here in Delaware County. You just had rain move through, but be watching for this storm coming behind it.
Yeah, absolutely. Just reading some stuff here from the Storm Prediction Center. A cold pool is evident across parts of West Virginia in the wake of the initial MCS now into Virginia. North of the cold pool, a narrow corridor of rich boundary layer moisture, lower 70s dew points, and surface-based instabilities in place. Given that the inflow will likely be rooted at or near the surface along this corridor with good shear, perpendicular to the convective line, could support its maintenance to the southeast. And a new severe thunderstorm watch could be required downstream into southeast Ohio and West Virginia once again. So, again, we are not done, folks. We have got a long way to go We have been on the air now for 3.5 hours. There is an update we have. Let's say it's going to be from Cleveland. Ashland and Knox tornado warning has been allowed to expire, and they're going to continue that for Holmes County. I've not seen an updated statement yet, but we still have an active tornado warning until 12:15 for Holmes County, and for 12:15 and until 12:15 for southwestern portions of Coshocton County. They do continue the warning for Holmes County. Still the same text now is severe squall line capable of producing tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage. Located near Kilbuck, moving southeast at 55. So, Mike, that forward momentum speed has been very consistent, and given the sheer strength of this line, if that forward speed increases a little bit, I don't necessarily think, with the instability that's in play here, that's going to decrease what's going on. Also, I'm watching southeast of Worcester now. Actually, how about right over Worcester? Yeah, let's look at that. Just to the south of downtown there on US 30. There is a pretty solid area of rotation. So if I'm in Worcester, I'm in my tornado safe place. Apple Creek, same for you. Fredericksburg over to Dalton. That rotation signature is a little concerning, Mike. That's actually perhaps a little bit better than what we had down in Holmes County a little bit ago.
Right, yeah, for sure. And it's one thing is that Worcester is a little closer to the Cleveland radar, so we're getting a good picture of it. Right behind it is the severe wind, but now right ahead of it is that area of rotation. So that's going to be what looks like County Road 176, State Route 250 and 30, and Route 3, where all of those major roads come together. I mean, that's pretty much Worcester for you right there. So I would be, tornado safe spot for sure. There is no tornado warning, but at least we're seeing the potential for some rotation there. I wonder if this is close enough for probably not close enough for the Cleveland Airport radar, but maybe we can get a look from that. Okay, that one kind of shows something too. Not as impressive as it is on the Cleveland National Weather Service radar. Correlation coefficient, okay, I mean, not really, but yeah, I mean, the velocity definitely shows it. Wouldn't be surprised if something's rotating there or quickly spinning up. We'll have to watch the next scan, and I'm sure that's what the Weather Service is doing as well, to see if that's going to warrant a tornado warning as well. I would err on the side of caution and treat it like one, especially because right behind it we have all that intense wind that's about to move through. I mean, I'm still getting some reading, some pixels. I've got a 98 mile per hour pixel here near Shreve. So that's Southern Wayne County. Okay, I got a new scan. Yeah, the rotation's still there. So this is following US 250 toward Apple Creek.
Yeah, let's go back into it here. Mike, I'm seeing some purples mixed in there right around where that rotation signature is.
Yeah. Let's take a look at I'm going to take a look at the correlation. Yeah, I mean,
I don't see anything.
Correlation coefficient's got something displaced to the north, but it's not really where I'd expect it to be unless there's something else developing up north of Worcester.
Yeah,
could be.
That's a tough one. That's a very tough one. If you're back into the Columbus Metro, we're starting to see some isolated development through downtown now, also approaching Mike's location and I as well, but nothing severe. That may only just kind of lay an outflow boundary for the storm coming out of Bell Fountain to just kind of follow right down. And Mike, also up into Logan County real quick, Brant just pointed this out. There's a nice little inflow notch from the Wilmington radar feeding right into Logan County, just to the north of Bell Fountain. It's in a weird place of the storm, but that may need to be monitored for another uptick in intensity.
Yeah, for sure. Especially now that we're getting closer and closer to the Wilmington radar, so we're probably seeing some small hail over a good portion of Logan County right now, and that wind threat is still very much there. West Liberty, it's on top of you. It's probably on top of Mad River Mountain as we speak, and then heading toward Marysville. So hopefully the Honda plant has their contingency plan in effect right now, because we've seen what straight line wind damage can do. Not only that, but if it knocks out the power, it's going to be tough to, get people where they need to be. Also, I want to try to verify something on reflectivity here. When you look at the Wilmington radar on velocity, it looks like there's what would look like a couple couplets, south of Delaware, but I don't really think the reflectivity supports that. I don't know if that's just a radar data issue or whatnot, but I mean, it bears in watching, I suppose. This would be like the Powell area, north of Powell, so like Lewis Center near Alum Creek. But I don't know. That might be just a radar artifact. I think we really need to focus on this storm back here that's about to impact Marysville, north of Urbana, North Lewisburg. Might even stretch down to Mechanicsburg, Plain City, and stuff, and spots like that in Union, Champaign, and Logan County. And then we got to watch out here in Columbus and see. You said that outflow boundary. I definitely see it. Right, it's basically right on top of where we are here. Stretching from, faintly stretching maybe back to Springfield from Grove City. So that could provide some additional forcing to strengthen the storm, which isn't what we want, especially moving into 1.3 million people over Franklin County. So, we really gotta watch.
Coshocton County tornado warning canceled.
Okay, they canceled it.
Yep.
Yeah, it was getting out of the range of the Columbus radar, and it looks like maybe they don't see much coming out of Pittsburgh anymore, I guess. It's more straight line wind damage now, looks like.
I'm seeing that too. Sorry, I'm putting some other potential contingency plans in place as well. I know Brant is going to join us during the overnight hours here once we get past 1 to 1:30, as he'll be getting off work and being able to get home and assist as well. I know Owen is still likely just bombard. We may not hear much from him for the rest of the night tonight. Mike, I'm really not trying to throw a round 3 out there, but I am watching development in Michigan again. Right behind this, and unfortunately, I think we're going to have to watch that through the rest of the overnight hours as well. So, severe thunderstorm warning for Eastern Union and all of Delaware has been allowed to expire. And Mike, I'll tell you, coming right into Columbus, this reflectivity is increasing pretty quick. And I have to wonder again. As I said, there's an outflow boundary here, and I think that may just allow for that storm in Logan County to continue, and we're still watching an inflow notch. I think there's some mid-level rotation trying to get going up there in Logan County, but we'll have to watch that closely. Moving back to these severe thunderstorm warnings, and we still have one active tornado warning not to be forgotten for Holmes County. I will say that the radar is looking better for Holmes County in terms of a tornado aspect. And Mike, I'm still seeing some rotation just southeast of Worcester over Apple Creek. It's weaker, but it's still there, and I'm still interested to see. Now we're starting to get another inflow notch north of Worcester. I think you may have mentioned that a little bit ago. So we'll have to watch that.
That lines up with the correlation coefficient issue that I saw earlier. And while, it's not super pronounced, and I don't love the evidence of it, it does, there's something that's possibly trying to spin along ahead of the widespread concern, which is basically on top of Worcester now, and that's that straight line wind damage. So, that's certainly concerning, and that's going to be a concern heading into Stark County and southern Summit County too. So that'd be like New Franklin. I don't think it's going to reach as far north as spots like Barberton, but maybe getting Canal Fulton and Massillon and Brewster once it rolls into Stark County, and then Canton as well, also in the warning. But Holmes County, man, getting a lot of straight line wind right now. I think the tornado evidence is weakening, which is good. But there might even be a couple little areas of twist that we need to be concerned about. Again, for Holmes County, I'm mostly thinking, the tornado threat has gone for now, but treat it as a tornado anyway, just because of how strong these straight line wind events are. And if you're busy, I can just keep on going if you want me to.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm just kind of looking at some different radar returns. Mike, I'm looking from the terminal Doppler in Cleveland in southwestern Wayne County. There's some pixels well over 90 miles an hour. I'm not saying that there's anything going on there necessarily, but that's a low-level scan from the terminal Doppler looking into Wayne County. And if we're seeing that kind of wind, I'm concerned about what we may actually be seeing at the ground, potentially.
Right. So Worcester, Worcester certainly under the gun for that now. And again, out in Orville, the folks maybe at the Smuckers plant, if anyone's there, they should be under their contingency plan at the moment as well. And even out in Canton, anyone working third shift out there will need to be alerted of this. Worcester, the latest scan from Cleveland Terminal still shows that. So Shreve, Millbrook, Worcester, Apple Creek, soon for Apple Creek, Orville, Dalton. Not a good situation. I did get word, I believe that there are 12. This is back back west a little bit, out in Richland County, I believe there are 12,000 outages in Richland County, so that's about 10%
Wow.
of Richland County there. I believe Ontario, there was a large power line reported in Ontario down.
Yeah. Hey, Mike, I've got the power outage map up. You'll see it in a second. This is incredible. 280,000 customers in Ohio right now without power.
Okay.
So, I mean, this is about as serious as it gets, folks. We told you today had a risk to be a bad day, and now it's kind of turning into a bad second day. With Tuesday, we're starting off on the wrong foot. Many outages. There are two separate corridors. Obviously, the MCS that tore through southern Ohio has caused problems. Mike, if there's one piece of good news, the storm in Logan County, there's not a ton of outages in Allglaze or Mercer or Van Wert County. So let's hope for the best on that. But Franklin County already even 7,000 in the county without power. Obviously, we have 500,000 people that are tracked in Franklin County, power outage wise, and that's not including the city of Columbus's electric provider, obviously. But we're seeing a lot of outages already in Franklin County.
Right, absolutely, and if that storm near Belfountain, Urbana, Marysville holds together, then we might be seeing even more than that. I'm starting not to interrupt again, but it looks like we're getting more warnings. Let's see. Looks like they've got a new one for Franklin now until 1:15.
Oh, really? Is that for
Yeah.
the cell coming out of Logan County?
I believe so. I don't see my Polygon updated. I'm just getting it straight
Okay,
from
Mike,
the...
we have a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Holmes, Stark, and Wayne.
Okay.
Holmes, Stark, and Wayne. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning has now been issued, and I'm not surprised, Mike. It's going to be for this area just to the south of Worcester, moving east.
Wow. Yeah.
80 mile per hour winds on that one.
Okay, they don't have a tornado possible on that one yet. Okay. Which treat it like what? Just treat destructive like it's a tornado warning. Well, treat any severe thunderstorm warning seriously, but especially one that's tagged destructive. Essentially, there's what's going on here is there's a severe thunderstorm warning, but there's sometimes several tiers of them, and we're talking about like a very high end severe thunderstorm warning here. And oh, there it is. It just populated. Yeah. Destructive storm from Wayne, northern Holmes, and western Stark with that 80 mile per hour gust. So yeah, this is similar to the situation out in Fort Wayne, kind of.
It absolutely is.
Oh, I just heard thunder here.
Yeah, I just heard that here too. So, Mike, you may want to maybe consider. I know it's not bad here yet, but if you just want to have your live stream ready, not necessarily going live necessarily yet, but if you just want to set that up as a backup now, and I can kind of take the lead here for just a minute while you're doing that.
Sure.
So, folks, if you're just now tuning in, we also have a severe thunderstorm warning for Perry and Morgan counties for winds up to 70 miles per hour. And oddly enough, they did not carry that severe thunderstorm warning for the Columbus metro area through all of Franklin County, just about the northern 2/3. So that's interesting. We'll see how that transpires. Winds up to 70 miles per hour, southeastern Union, all of Delaware, northern Madison, most of Franklin County until 1:15 a.m. Holmes County tornado warning has expired, so we are now tornado warning free, and we are now just back to straight severe thunderstorm warnings. But we continue to have a long-lived, really just a long-lived event. This started back in southern Michigan and has transpired through Ohio and is now moving into central Ohio. Again, we're getting some very heavy rain here at our house in the Columbus area. Also getting probably some gusty winds. I've not even checked the winds, but I'm sure they've been a little bit gusty. Severe thunderstorm warning likely to potentially come out soon as well. For Fairfield County, for this line of storms crossing through Buckeye Lake, we still have severe thunderstorm warning until 12:30 for Licking County. Severe thunderstorm warning until 12:45 for Perry and Morgan County. Severe thunderstorm warning until 12:45 for Coshocton, Muskingum, Guernsey, Tuscarawas, and Carroll County. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning winds up to 80 miles per hour. That is a serious situation for Wayne County, Holmes County, southern Stark County. Move indoors, get below ground immediately. Worcester, Millersburg, Berlin, even up towards Massillon. I would be prepared to move to your underground tornado shelters just because of the history of what we have seen already transpire today. Back to the west, severe thunderstorm warning. Southeastern Hardin County, most of Logan County, most of Champaign County, and the northwestern half of Union County until 12:45. Potential for damage winds up to 70 miles per hour. And again, our newest one there for the Columbus Metro. And oddly enough, Mike, I think that line, I am right on the line that you were in. I'm right on it.
Yeah.
So that's kind of interesting just to see there from that perspective. Oh, I'm sorry. I think we're still on the power outage map. Let's switch over to the radar. There we go. So tornado warning's been allowed to expire, as we said. So here's a quick look at the radar. I'll put everything back into motion for you, and you can just see we continue to see a really dangerous situation setting up. Oddly enough, the Weather Service is not going to reissue a severe thunderstorm warning for Fairfield County for the storms crossing Buckeye Lake. They are just going to go with a special weather statement at this time. I think that's a little head scratching, but we'll leave it at that for the time being. There's just not a lot of confirmation of anything going on. Mike, even from the Wilmington radar, I'm looking up into Worcester right now, and there is a significant bookend vortice that has formed coming through Wayne County. That is a very scary. I mean, that looks like a claw hook, and I mean, to me that screams a risk of a tornado. Obviously, when we see that kind of signature, there's a lot of wind flowing in from the backside out of Loudounville, probably. So this is a really dangerous situation.
It is, and it's in that sense, that part of the storm is probably moving the slowest too. So the intense damaging wind is seemingly sitting on top of like Worcester and Shreve longer than anywhere else almost at this point. It's been there for several scans. Same with Holmes County, really getting just absolutely clobbered by this straight line wind. It's not going to be a good situation, especially. Let me take a look at some of these returns here. I have 105 miles per hour along Route 3 in Wayne County from the Cleveland radar.
That is unbelievable. Okay.
111.
This is not good. So those of you up here into Wayne County, to the south, and wow, there was some loud thunder. Fredericksburg. We are seeing a significant hook on reflectivity just out of the Weather Service next route in Cleveland. Wow, there is some serious spin going on. Let's go over to that velocity again. Wow, folks, you've got. I would clearly treat this as a tornado warning. No messing around here at all. Millersburg, Holmesville, Apple Creek, Mount Hope, Walnut Creek, Brewster, Beach City, as far east as Waynesburg and far southeastern Stark County. Get to your tornado-safe shelters immediately. We had a storm like this, not in this kind of shape and along a line, but a storm of this magnitude in Fort Wayne, Indiana earlier with a gust of 98 miles per hour. And Mike, I see very similar velocity returns on this storm, and I think winds over 80 miles per hour are a definite possibility. Yeah,
I would say, if you've seen any of the footage out of Fort Wayne and spots like that, that's probably what's happening there. And I think we're still in that situation where I don't think we have any cameras in Wayne County that we can go to at the moment, and they're all offline. That's so unfortunate. But I know that just by the fact of just looking, I'm looping the radar and just seeing how this progressed and just kind of hooked into Wayne County, and then it's not sitting there, it's moving, but just by the way it's trying to make its way southeast is just, it's not doing anyone any favors in Wayne County. We're 112 mile per hour pixel. That would be
EF2, I believe.
Yeah.
Wow.
114. Okay, so I'm not making it any better, but I'm hoping that driving the point home, because 114, you're in EF2 tornado range at that. Now all of that may not be transferred down to the surface, but we're talking about. That's why Nick's saying get in your tornado safe spot, because treat it like one, because it's producing damage like one. I mean, scientifically the damage is different, but in reality the impact isn't. So
absolutely
treat it the same. And I'm not liking that, because it's not looking good for Stark County. I mean, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings overlapping here. On top of this, well, a lot of that has to do with the fact that we've got Pittsburgh and Cleveland overlapping. But it's a stormy mess for our east central Ohio friends up there.
Yeah, it is. Let's do a quick reset now. It's about 12:20 in the morning. I'm forecaster Nick Dunn alongside meteorologist Mike Joyce. We continue to track a long-lived severe weather event. We've been on the air now with you for going on 4 hours. And every bit of this, since we have came back on for this round 2, has been every bit of what was advertised today. The potential for and long-lived MCS. I don't know that it'll get classified as a derecho until well after this is ended, but based on what we are seeing so far tonight, every bit of that moderate risk seems very well warranted. Every bit of the enhanced risk seems very well warranted. And so we have two biggest areas of concern. Number one, first and foremost, we are seeing a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. And this means we have winds up to 80 miles per hour right now for southeastern Wayne County, most of northeastern Holmes County, and southern Stark County until 12:45 a.m. And Mike, the latest scan now shows a donut hole in reflectivity just to the north of Fredericksburg. I hate seeing that. That is not what we want to see.
Yeah, no, wow.
We're still seeing just intense winds. And again, folks, velocity is showing over 100 miles per hour. This is not something you want to mess with whatsoever.
Yeah, I wonder if that is like an embedded up, like there's like an updraft there, and that could be a spot where there could be something trying to spin up. Let me try to look on correlation coefficient here. Nothing really. That's good that I don't really see anything on correlation coefficient, but yeah, that donut, it's never good to see. Usually an area of very seemingly random light rain indicates that the air is rising, so that it kind of counteracts the gravity of the water falling out of the sky, essentially. So wow, but yeah, still that straight line wind damage, and it's moving so slow, and it seems like it's intensifying too. These pixels are getting just darker and darker, and I don't. Yeah, I mean, it looks like we're getting inflow energy from it, and that part of the state honestly does have the highest instability. We're still looking at about 1,500 surface cape right now, and our mid levels are similar, so it's well mixed, but we're getting a lot of surface based and probably some, inflow and low level jet enhancement there. It's just an incredible meteorological situation considering we have no sunlight, but just so much energy left behind. There's still 4,000 Cape back in Illinois right now. I mean, this is just an incredible, rare early summer type severe weather event that's just ongoing. And
yeah, absolutely. Real quick, I do want to jump into the Columbus metro area just for a few minutes. Areas now to the east of Columbus, Baltimore, Somerset, into Zanesville. I'm seeing signs here of what could be our next Boeing structure to develop here, kind of in this corridor right here from right along I-70, basically. This is a very solid line. There's some purple showing up here, good returns on velocity. That will continue to dive southeast into more of the Mid-Ohio Valley, so we're very concerned about that as well. And then our long-lived thunderstorm with significant wind damage, Mike, we are finally seeing some weakening. But still getting it really good in Marysville. The Champaign County Airport only reported a gust to 46, so that's, again, one piece of good news. We'll take it any way we can get it at this point in time. Hardin County, you're in the clear, at least from the severe threat at this time. There's still some rain moving through. Let's put the radar into motion for those of you in central Ohio and into the northwestern portions of the Mid-Ohio Valley. And this is what we are seeing. Still seeing a little bit of a Boeing segment or structure, if you will, coming into Union and Madison counties. But again, the trend is our friend, right? And the trend is that this is weakening a little bit. And let's hope that stays the trend here through the rest of the overnight hours for tonight. Let's look at our updated power outage numbers as well. Right now I'm looking at 284,000 customers without power. Morrow County is at about half of the county. Richland County is at least 30%. Crawford's at 25%. Knox County is at about 25%, as Holmes County is at about 30% roughly. So several counties with just, again, multiple outages across the board. I know Tyler's house is also without power in Ross County, and he's not even home at the moment. So that's a concern too from that first round of storms that has just plowed through southern Ohio this evening. And Mike, this round two is kind of riding the instability gradient where folks earlier didn't really get anything significant, but some folks will obviously get hit more than once.
Right, absolutely, and that's it's kind of one of those situations. It's like when you mow a lawn and you try to line up the lawnmower with the where you haven't mowed and what you need to mow still. That's kind of what the storms are doing. It's already mowed through southern Ohio, and now it's just eating up the leftover instability from the areas that didn't get it. So that's the kind of way I like to think about it. and pretty much all of Ohio, Indiana, and West Virginia. Our whole coverage area is getting mowed today, but some spots certainly more significant than others. I know we have a lot of folks that are concerned about where they live, and I totally get it. But we're just kind of focusing on the areas that we know are of greatest concern right now, and that does remain right along the Wayne and Holmes County line, Holmesville, Fredericksburg. I mean, we're still getting possibly more than 100-mile-per-hour wind there, maybe 90, but it's got to be at least something like that. We're scanning 3,000 feet in the atmosphere. I want to bet, just judging by what we've seen today, that a lot of that is getting transferred to the surface. And then, yeah, and like Nick said, good news for Columbus that one storm seems to have, at least the widespread wind has weakened, but I still see some very high wind in Champaign County near North Lewisburg. So that's going to pretty much track toward Plain City and then impact, I want to say, central Franklin County. So that could even include downtown Columbus within the next 20 to 30 minutes or so. So those are areas that we're still really looking for. But again, we really have to focus on Wayne and Holmes, Tuscarawas County, Stark County. If you are in any of those counties, you know, this is where the danger is right now. I want to say maybe it's a little weaker once you get closer to Coshocton and Zanesville, but it's hard to say just because this is a radar weak zone, and I'm trying to switch back and forth between Pittsburgh and Cleveland here just to get a good look. But either one is looking bad. I would be very surprised if there's a lot of power on in Wayne and Holmes County right now, and then soon New Philadelphia and North Canton. I know my buddy Alex McCarthy. He's the EMA director in New Philadelphia for Tuscarawas County. I'm sure he's going to be very busy tonight, as are a lot of emergency management and law enforcement, fire, EMS, all those folks that are going to be working hard. And then tomorrow, in the heat, all the men and women, the line men and women who are going to be out there. So this is a time to just be patient and just and take it easy if you can, but if you can't, report what you can, but do so safely. Good news, one more thing before I toss it back, unless you want me to keep going. Latest scan shows a little bit of weakening still in Champaign County, so that's good news for Columbus and surrounding suburbs, but we still got to watch it because that outflow boundary is there, so I'm hoping we don't see any re-intensification, but for now we have to treat it like the storm it was earlier this evening.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for all that, Mike. And I see some folks asking about this storm coming into Columbus. I'll give you a quick update here. This coming into the Columbus metro area out of Marysville, coming through Plain City, as Mike said, tracking that to the southeast, coming pretty much right down US 33. That's going to be the track of most of the activity here through this evening. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Licking County for 2 minutes. Might as well go ahead and call that one canceled at this point. Severe thunderstorm warning for Perry Morgan County for another 17 minutes here. We're watching things very closely there. Into Tuscarawas County, if we may see an additional destructive tag, severe thunderstorm warning for New Philadelphia and Tuscarawas County. I am growing very grave concern. You're going to get one wave of thunderstorms coming through New Philly right now down to Newcomerstown, but then that bookend vortice on the backside is going to swing through, and that's what I'm actually more concerned about. So you could get a 1-2 punch of damaging wind across Tuscarawas County, so that's not good. That is not what we want to see at this point in time. So this is a big concern that we have right now for the area. Again, Tuscarawas County, you're next in line. That's going to be a big concern that I have for you crossing I-77. Again, obviously right now in New Philadelphia, it's getting nasty right now. But coming through Berlin, I'm seeing several comments. Millersburg is not pretty, I hear. I hear Worcester is not very good right now at all from what I'm hearing. And it's been going on for some time in southern Wayne County. So I fear some significant damage in Wayne County. Normally we see this, we normally see this kind of thing weaken, and we're not seeing that. And it's taking forever to kind of get through Wayne County. So my heart sinks to those of you in Wayne County. That is just looking absolutely awful. I do want to real quick mention, Mike, new severe thunderstorm warnings approaching the Indiana-Michigan border. I'm afraid we are nowhere near done just yet. So Lansing to Kalamazoo, new severe thunderstorm warnings here, 60-mile-per-hour winds. But this looks weaker, I will say. Even though the rain looks stronger, the wind is not as strong. But there's some more rain, I think, with that. But I would hope that would start to lessen a little bit as it approaches. But we're going to have to watch that for a secondary round of severe weather here later tonight and into the wee hours of tomorrow morning. So we are watching that very closely. I want to address something in the comment section real quick. I just want to point out, I see a lot of questions right now asking if we get paid for this. We don't. We do this voluntarily, and you guys have the option to donate. If you want to donate, I don't normally push that during severe weather, but if you want to donate to us, we can be. I'm sure Owen or Ken would be more than glad to drop the link in here, and we can even pin that for you if you really want us to do that. We've been on the air now for a total today of over 6 hours, so if it's something that you want to do, let us know. We'll drop in the comment section for you, but unfortunately we're not done for tonight. We've got a long way to go. I hear a lot of people donating stars right now. We really appreciate all of this very much, and obviously this will go a long way to helping us doing more events like this for us as we continue to move along. So let's kind of get back into severe weather coverage mode here again. We'll start things off in eastern Ohio. We'll just kind of bounce back and forth. New Philadelphia, this is a little bit of an old radar scan, about 5 minutes. Let's go up to the Cleveland radar and see what we're looking at here. Wow, Mike, still just an impressive bookend vortice, and I'm afraid a second one may be trying to develop in eastern Coshocton County based on the Cleveland radar. Just the overall reflectivity look. Oh yeah, there is a second one developing. Man, I can't recall seeing two like that close together before.
Yeah, that's incredible. And yeah, I'm looking at Cleveland. If you look at Pittsburgh, you can really see it on Pittsburgh's radar, which is going to be really what we're probably going to be using from here on out for this storm, just because, we're getting closer and closer. There's probably some small hail. I-77 is going to be an absolute nightmare right now. I do not want to be a truck driving on 77 because you're driving perpendicular to the wind, so that wind could just absolutely toss. I mean, something that weighs tons and tons and tons can just be tossed. It's wow. I don't really know what else to say other than that's a very dangerous situation. Pretty much from Canton to Cambridge, so that's Stark, Tuscarawas, and Guernsey County all under the gun for this here. Let me see if I can't get any velocities out of Pittsburgh. Yeah, wow. And there's that bookend, so that kind of swirls the wind a little bit, and that also still keeps our potential for rotation still intact. Nothing immediately concerning, but again, whenever you see those bookend vortex or like the bookend vortices there, you know that there is spin in the atmosphere. You know that the storm is typically outflow dominant, meaning it's mostly going to be straight line wind, but you know that the dynamics and physics are there for this to happen. So very concerning moving into Pittsburgh. I wonder if the Weather Service will, I know they are considering it, putting Pittsburgh and West Virginia under another severe thunderstorm watch, and it looks like they're also going to issue maybe a new watch for what's going on up in Michigan, from what I'm seeing. So
wow.
we may see our northern Ohio counties go under yet another watch. We'll have to see what this means for Cleveland, who's not technically under one, but right now we'll focus on what's going on in eastern Ohio, specifically Tuscarawas, Guernsey, southern Stark, Holmes, and Wayne County. Particularly, go back to Wayne and Holmes, where it looks like Wayne County is finally starting to get better, but Holmes County is still bearing the brunt of it. Millersburg, Berlin, a lot of Amish communities out here that have no communication in these types of situations, which just makes me not feel too good about it. But that's the reality of the situation, and I know there's going to be a ton of cleanup tomorrow when we're having a heat index of 110, which is just, it reminds me of 2012 a lot. It's what we did then, and it might honestly be what we're facing tomorrow, unfortunately.
Yeah. Hey, Mike, I'm looking at the terminal Doppler out of Columbus to the west in Madison County, and I'm seeing some enhanced wind to the north of I-70 around London. I was just showing that on the screen there for just a few minutes, so we'll have to watch that. And yeah, Mike, now from the Pittsburgh radar, definitely. The little bookend vortice in Coshocton County, it's more like an arm hook. looking thing, and then you look into Holmes County, and that looks like a supercell, like a tornado type producing thunderstorm.
Mm-hmm. It sure does. I've seen them like that. In fact, I've seen them in that part of Ohio before. I specifically remember when I was getting my weather career started. This might have been 2013, the summer 2013. There was a lone supercell in Stark County that had that, like, it wasn't, oriented the typical way that moves northeast. It was almost like upside down, kind of like these bookend vortex regions are, and that's why, yeah, you got to be really concerned about this one. It's not letting up. We're still...
Oh, Mike, huge destructive severe thunderstorm warning now. Eastern Tuscarawas, northeastern Guernsey, northwestern Belmont, all of Harrison, western Jefferson, and southern Carroll County. Huge destructive severe thunderstorm warning until 1:15. Everybody east of I-77 and along I-70, up through New Philadelphia, up to Cadiz and Carrollton, tornado shelters right now. Get to your safe place. That is the largest destructive severe thunderstorm warning that I have seen since they started doing this, obviously. So that is very dangerous. That is not something to mess with. Mike, that's going to be a 1-2 punch for New Philly down into Cadiz. You're going to get this main initial line, and then that vortice on the back side is going to produce those intense winds. That's a dangerous situation.
Yeah, that's not good. And I know there's a lot of folks in mobile homes in Tuscarawas County as well. Hopefully those who have gotten the message have left and found a more sturdy, substantial shelter. If you're anywhere in Tuscarawas County, get ready for round 2 that's coming out of Holmes County. Same for Harrison and Carroll County. And now Jefferson County, Belmont County, and Guernsey too. Yeah, I mean, this is going to push all the way into probably just judging by the instability, and it's been a good guidance so far tonight. If it's going to hold true and do what it's done so far, I'm sure that Pittsburgh will likely have to have a severe thunderstorm watch soon, and then have to watch out for this very soon. And that's going to affect another 2.5 million people, 3 million people who live in the outlying areas of Pittsburgh too. So, but for now we need to focus on Tuscarawas, Guernsey, Harrison, Belmont, and Carroll County, and still Coshocton and Holmes County. So if you live in any of those counties, I don't want to say this, don't take this the wrong way. I do care about where you live, but in a way right now we're doing this by county. If you live in the county, be in your tornado spot, because individual towns are almost not mattering at this point just because of how widespread the damage is. If you're in the county, you're under the gun. Let me look back in Columbus really quick, since I know I'm getting a lot of warnings on my end now. It doesn't look particularly bad on Wilmington, but it does on Columbus, so we want to take it very seriously.
Yeah, so Mike, they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning from ILN for Fairfield, Franklin, Licking, and Pickaway until 1:45. So now that's going to cover the rest of Franklin County. So obviously now we are definitely growing some concern for that potential there. I will tell you that I've not heard a whole lot of thunder yet, but I have not been really paying attention necessarily either. So we're continuing to watch that coming into the Columbus Metro. So now also coming in through London, seeing some very heavy rain, strong winds. But Mike, that Boeing structure is coming right on top of us. So if something's going to happen, we're going to see it pretty shortly. Are you ready to go in the event that I lose power here?
Yeah, okay. I am. I've got OBS ready, and I'll just take control of the page and start back up again. So
okay, fantastic.
Yep, I'm ready to go.
All right, that sounds good. So again, Central Ohio, we're watching this very closely. We continue to monitor that. Also, very heavy rain and severe thunderstorms down into New Lexington, coming to McConnellsville. That's going to produce some very heavy rain, and then another storm right behind that, so the potential for flash flooding is going to increase. Speaking of flash flooding, we have a flash flood warning now for eastern Ashland, central Wayne County, northeastern Holmes County, and that's going to go until 5:30 a.m. There's your new severe thunderstorm warning, tagged for winds up to 70 miles per hour until 1:45 a.m. for all of Licking, basically all of Fairfield and northern Pickaway County, and also the rest of Franklin County. So that's a very dangerous thunderstorm there. We continue to move a little further along here. Moving further east again, let's go back to our destructive severe thunderstorm warning. New Philadelphia, Urchisville, Londonderry, St. Clairsville, Barnesville, Hopedale, Cadiz. If you're in any of those locations, also south of Carrollton, luckily that area looks very rural, but if we just called out your community or anywhere near you, tornado safe shelters immediately. Get there now. 80-mile-per-hour winds, and even again, Mike, I'm concerned for greater than that. Still, we continue to have that very intense wraparound bookend vortice that's about to come right into New Philadelphia. That is a highly populated location with a lot of people there, obviously along I-77. I know you have close contact with Alex McCarthy, and I'm sure if something is going on, we're likely going to hear about that very soon.
Absolutely, yeah, and this is still an evolving situation for those folks out there, and not a good situation, especially because a lot of it's a very hilly region, it's a very sparsely populated region, and these regions are difficult regions to restore power to, especially because. If you get a lot of trees down on these winding roads, you got to clear the trees before the power crews can get in. And meteorologists are working hard to make sure that these power crews get placed in the right spot. The problem is that, when you have this damage that's so incredibly widespread, like what's going on in you're getting like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 factors here that's going to make restoration and cleanup very difficult, and weathering the storm very difficult.
Yeah, so real quick, Mike, I want to get into some safety tips at this point. I know we haven't talked about that in a while because we've been so concentrated on radar and whatnot. I do want to get a full recap of the warnings here real quick, too. So right now, first and foremost, if you live east of I-77 and along I-70 in eastern Ohio for New Philadelphia, St. Clairsville, and near Cambridge and points to the northeast, I need you to be in a tornado-safe shelter at this point in time. That means you need to get below ground, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You need to also be sure that you're find somewhere sturdy to go. If you're in a mobile home, get out of that mobile home now if you have some time before these storms come through. If you're already in one and these storms are coming through, just hunker down the best you can. Find somewhere safe to be at this point in time. The strongest part of that coming into New Philadelphia as it stands right now. As we continue to move along here, again, your safety tip for the rest of the night tonight is really just to have multiple ways to receive warnings and know where to go if a warning is issued. I would treat every single warning tonight like a tornado warning because of the sheer energy that we have in place. And again, we're even seeing now severe thunderstorms coming into areas that were already overturned today by previous thunderstorms. So with that said, Morgan County, Perry County, be in that safe place. Fairfield County, be in there as well. Lancaster getting hit very hard right now. I know it is just pouring rain, and I can hear the wind a little bit now too, a little bit I think.
Oh yeah, it really is.
It is really
absolutely
picking up
pouring
here.
outside. I feel like I need to go up and check my gutters tomorrow, and
Yeah.
I'd recommend that for anyone. And I cleaned my gutters out recently, so I hear just a ton of water right outside. I mean, it's just absolutely pouring.
Yeah, it is. And again, so also understand, folks, those of you in the Columbus metro area, we should really not be driving on the roadways right now. There's a lot of water falling out of the sky. There's a lot of strong wind coming through, lots of rain, vivid lightning. So let's just kind of stop if you happen to be out driving at this point in time. London's seeing some very heavy rain. The good news is the back end of this coming through Mechanicsburg is looking weaker at this point in time. And so that's kind of where things are. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Muskingum, south central Guernsey County, all of Noble County, southwestern portions of Belmont County, and northwestern portions of Monroe County. And that's going to go until 1:30 a.m. For the potential of seeing 60-mile-per-hour winds. Also, Mike, I tell you what I want to do real quick. We have a couple of audience pages that no longer need to be live. And what I want to do is I want to end this video real quick and then kind of restart things back up on the correct pages that need to be. I can still take the lead for the time being. You can still just kind of have yourself ready to go on backup. But I'm real quick just going to do a quick wrap-up here. Take a 5-minute break, and then I'll come right back on if you want to need to use the restroom or anything real quick.
Yeah,
we'll kind
and
of
I'm
come
gonna
right
check
back
around
on.
the house here and all that stuff too. So
that wind is definitely picking up, and the lightning is increasing here too. So all right, folks, real quick, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. I know Ken McNatt is also going to be joining us. Brant Warren's going to be joining us over the next hour or so. We've got a long night ahead of us, and so we're just going to take a quick 5-minute break. And we'll be right back with you right here on Facebook. Thanks so much, everybody, for your support here this evening. And we'll be back with an update here in just a few minutes. Please be ready to go if you are in these areas under severe thunderstorm warnings, particularly Tuscarawas, Carroll, Jefferson, portions of Harrison, Guernsey, Belmont counties. Be in a safe place right now below ground. That's the worst of it right now. We'll be back live in just a couple minutes.